the president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, FNSC, the immediate past presidents of this great association, Engineer George Chukulewa Okoroma, FNSC JP, the distinguished special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, FNSC FENG MFR OFR, ably represented this morning by Engineer George Chukulewa Okoroma, FNSC JP, the special guests of honor, Engineer Chief Mark Daso Derefaka, FNSC FNICE JP, the MD Niger Delta Basin Development Authority, the special guest of honor, Engineer Chief Sir Dr. Innocent I. Akuve, FNSC, FNS, CHE, FPIN, FCAI, FIMC, CMC, KSJI, the MD and the Chief Executive Director of GGI Inter Nigeria Limited, the keynote speaker, Engineer Benai Elemchuku Jum, FNSC, FNICE, the Chief Executive Officer of Clear Engineering Consult Nigeria Limited. The speakers that we have in the house this morning, Dr. Lucius Amadi Andy Iheme, FNIPR, and also the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, FNSC FANG, ably represented this morning by Engineer Ibrahim Abdullahi Maimaje, who is also a speaker in today's event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of professional bodies here seated, I want to very respectfully welcome us all to the extraordinary general meeting and seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN, holding today, the 21st day of the month of July in the year 2022. Very respectfully, I want to appreciate your presence and also to welcome you to the most beautiful city in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Please put your hands together for yourself. Without wasting any bit of our time, I would like us all to be upstanding as we take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, after which the event will start properly. For those who are joining us online, this is the 2022 EGM and seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN. We are very glad to have you hook up for this meeting. Despite the number that we have here, I want you to know that this gathering is a gathering of the makers and shakers of the society, proud and distinguished engineers of impeccable quality who have contributed immensely in the development of our dear country, Nigeria. May we take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for yourself and have your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. Let's be seated. This is a gathering of engineers, and as engineers, we are very conscious. We do things being mindful of the environment, being mindful of the people around us, and as such, the management of the facility that we are using for this EGM. It is the management of Golden Tulip Hotels. They've put in place a very brief information, safety tips that we need to be aware of, even as we will remain here from now till I'll do my best to make sure that we close before 12 midnight. So I want to ask the representative of the management of Golden Tulip Hotel to give us a brief safety tips.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Golden Tulip Harcourt Hotel, Abacha Road. I'm here to, my name is Namde Okonji. I'm the HSC officer in this facility. And you are in Bonnie Hall for this special event. I'm here to acquaint you with the provisions we have made for your safety and security while your event lasts. As you step to my left, further to my left, we have conveniences, male and female. And I want to inform you that the facility is under CCTV surveillance. Whenever we have evacuation drill, we usually activate the fire alarm, but there is none slated for today. But in case you hear a real alarm, you don't need to panic. You just take the following step, walk to the exits. We have an exit further to my right that takes you to the muster point located at the car park. In this facility, we also have armed and corporate security guards to take care of your safety security concerns. We also have sick bay in the facility to take care of first aid cases. But when it goes beyond what we can handle, we have a retainership clinic very close by to take care of first aid cases. And with this,
thank you very much. Please, we can do better. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much. I want to very respectfully invite the Managing Director of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Sunday Kalejaye, MNSC, to invite to the head table the dignitaries that we have here.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to also recognize the Vice President of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, who is here present, Engineer Kamsalem Buka Alaji. At this time, I'd like to invite distinguished persons to the high table. The President of the Association, Engineer F. Ajibade Oke. To join him on the high table is Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, FNSC, FAH, MFR, OFR. And he is ably represented by our own immediate past president, the 18th president of the association, Engineer George C. Okoroma. To join them on the high table is Engineer Chief Mark Derifaka, FNSC, FNIC, special guest of honor for this event. I'm told he will join us soon. Also, I'd like to invite Engineer Chief Sir Dr. Innocent Akuvoe, who is also our special guest of honor. Is he here? Okay. So that's all right. When they are in, we will invite them to the high table. So at this time, I'll hand the mic back to the master of ceremony so that we can progress with the program.
Engineers who are here seated, once again, my name is Ohemu Godwin Pius, and for the course of this seminar, I shall serve as the master of ceremony. I want to quickly recognize the presence of some dignitaries that we have in our midst this morning. As I said earlier on, the president of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, FNSCFANG. He is ably represented this morning by Engineer Ibrahim A. Maimaje. Please let us put our hands together for him. If you know what it means to represent the president of Koren, you will do better than this. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Yes, Engineer Maimaje, please. The MD will take you to the head table where you have your seat as the representative of current president. We know you are wearing about 3 caps today. You are a rep of current president, you are a speaker in this event, and you are also a member of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria. You are very much welcome, sir. I also want to recognize the presence of the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. That is Engineer Tassim Wudil. As soon as he comes in, we'll let you know. The president of NSC Port Harcourt branch, president of NSC Port Harcourt branch, Engineer Dr. Achimen N.E. He is ably represented this morning by Engineer Harriet Ateke, MNSC, who is the vice chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers Port Harcourt branch. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you. Also, the president of FASIMA, as soon as you are here, we'll do our best to also recognize them. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite to the podium the man who has been driving this EGM, the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting and Seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineer. He's a fine, young looking, decently dressed engineer of impeccable quality. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Dr. Edward Moore as he comes up to give us his welcome address. Engineer Moore, please.
Opening remarks by the chairman of ACEN 2022 EGM Planning Committee, Engineer Dr. Edward Moore, FNSA, F-NICE. The President, Council of ACEN, members of ACEN, distinguished guests. It's a great honor for me on behalf of the Planning Committee to extend to you a warm and a cordial welcome to this 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria. It is indeed a great honor to have the presence of Engineer Ali Rabiu, current president represented by Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje, Engineer Mark Berefaka, MD, Niger Delta Basin Development Authority, Engineer Chief Dr. Sir Innocent Akuvu, MD, GGI International, who are our special guests of honor. I thank all the engineering bodies and other collaborating organizations that have honored our invite, and to the sponsors and partners of this EGM, we acknowledge your contributions and thank you immensely. I'm especially grateful to our distinguished special guest of honor, Engineer Lanre Shagaya, the Zana of Ilorin, who is here represented by our own immediate past president, Engineer George C. Okoroma, for honoring our invite. I thank our session chairman, Engineer Fine Ogolo, FNSE, and Engineer Councillor Mbuka Halaji, our own vice president, with our seminar speakers, Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje and Dr. Andy Iheme, and the keynote speaker, Engineer Benai Ojum, for their time and agreeing to share in their wealth of experience. Many thanks to the planning committee who have worked with great effort to ensure the smooth run of this event. I thank Engineer Fine Ogolo, FNSE, Engineer Frank Oriaki, FNSE, Engineer Tony Wobo, FNSE, Engineer John Okidia, FNSE, Engineer Benaya Ojum, FNSE, Engineer John Swadike, the Secretary, FNSE, Engineer Otunte John Otwene, MNSE, Engineer Dr. Joseph Ona Opata, MNSE, Engineer Asukwo Ntwen, MNSE, Engineer John Eke Njoku, MNSE, Engineer Soye Afresimama, MNSE, and our own MD of the association, Engineer Sunday Kalajai, MNSE. And to all the secretary staff for the wonderful and tireless job done in making today a success and history. I thank you, the secretary staff. This time last year, 2021, I stood here while welcoming delegates to the EGM. We placed a demand on the ESCO and Council of Akin for the need to establish a liaison office here in Port Harcourt, the headquarters of Zone 6. And it is with great pleasure that I want to thank the ESCO and Council for graciously ordering that request that we have a liaison office today in Port Harcourt. We say a heartfelt thank you. And in furtherance of the Akin spirit of inclusiveness and spread, I stand today to ask and to demand again that a liaison office be established in Kanu, Castina Axis, the HQ of Zone 4. This will further reduce the processing time of membership, application, and other administrative hang-ups. It is long overdue. The immediate past president assented to the liaison office in Port Harcourt, and I expect my own amiable current president, the 19th president, to assent to the establishment of a liaison office in Kano, Castina Axis. Mr. President, Engineer Ajebade Oke, a man with a heart of gold, I thank you for the privilege and honor that you have done myself and members of the planning committee to organize and run this year's EGM. I assure you, with all zonal coordinators, like Engineer Fuez that is here, and my good friends, we are not able to be here today. I want to assure you that we as zonal coordinators, we shall be like an arrow in your hands, ready to hit the target at any time you want to pull the draw. Maiduguri, with the hosting of a very successful business evening, has shown that results are possible where team spirit is encouraged and mutual respect is accorded to colleagues. We must therefore continue to support the spirit, the acting spirit of advocacy policy, of inclusiveness and synergy in participation and development of engineers across Nigeria by killing the spirit of apathy in our contributions and support. I welcome you all to Port Harcourt, the Garden City, the zone of warmth, the zone of hospitality, the zone of uniqueness, the zone of uncommon achievement and participation, the zone where the spirit of just men is made perfect. I wish you a wonderful EGM. God bless you.
Please, let's put our hands together for the chairman of the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting, Planning Committee of this great event. It is wonderful. Thank you so very much, Engineer Dr. Edward N. Moore. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, proud engineers who are here seated, and those who are joining us online, I want to once again welcome you all to the 2022 EGM and seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, holding today, 21st July 2022 at Bonny Hall in the Golden Tulip Hotels in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. The theme for the EGM of this year is sustaining high local content in the development of Nigeria's infrastructure. As we get set to welcome our first speaker for today, I'd like to ask us very respectfully that we put our phones on courtesy mode so that it doesn't distract the attention of participants and of delegates who are here seated. This is a high-level meeting, and we believe that delegates are professionals in all capacity and in all spheres, and we are going to be orderly and decent in today's event of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria. Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, FNSC, to give his welcome address to the distinguished delegates who are here seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our president. Keynote, I was very particular in having you on seat while the president gives his speech so that we'll listen, and then his presentation could also form part of what you are going to present to us this morning. Let's put our hands together again for our president.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Let me start by saying welcome to everybody. The special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Sagaya, designer of Ilorin, ably represented by somebody who is also a guest of honor in his own right, and that is my mentor, my teacher, the immediate past president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, George Okuruma. Special guest of honor, Chief Harry Faka, current president, Engineer Ali Rabiu, who is now a fellow of the Academy of Engineering, specially represented by my friend, my very good friend of 20-something years, Engineer Ibrahim Memaje. Dr. Hamadi Iheme, and not to take it last, our special keynote speaker, Engineer Benya Elemchuku Oyo. All our speakers, which includes again Engineer Maje, my vice president, and Engineer Okolo, who are who are the controllers of the sessions. Of course, all other council members of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, the managing director, and members of staff of the association, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The extraordinary general meeting of our association is a time to take stock of all our activities in the media, and I must note that we are all here in person mainly because the world has found a way to suppress the COVID-19 pandemic, which ravaged the globe during the year 2020 and 2021. Well, I welcome those of us who are joining us on the line. Generally, for instance, our treasurer is right now in Canada, and I'm sure he's keeping the night to join us from Canada at this time. So all those people that are joining us online, we welcome everybody. It is therefore my pleasure to welcome distinguished guests, our past president, members of Aken Council, members of our association, and the press to this year's event. Our EGM is a one-day event packaged to enable us to interact with policymakers in government during the seminar, as well as within ourselves during the extraordinary general meeting. Our conference always gives us opportunities to evaluate and discuss our understanding of the role which consulting engineers should play in the Nigerian economy. We also use this time to send our messages to government on how their policies affect our business and all the business in Nigeria in general. There is no gainsaying that the substantiability of our nation's infrastructural development will ensure the stable growth of our economy. As consulting engineers, we must ensure that the design and construction of our national infrastructural assets are carried out in line with the international best practices and with standards that are compatible to our environment. The responsibility of this enormous task belongs to us, regardless of who is engaged in doing the job. Aken remains the ultimate reference business association of choice for organizations providing professional engineering, consultancy services, and indeed, its voice in Nigeria. We are the prime movers in the infrastructural development of this nation, and our views matter and must matter. To this end, we must articulate our views based on knowledge and experience gained over the years and offer same and other providers of infrastructural projects. The theme of this year's EGM is sustaining high local content in the development of Nigeria infrastructure. If the local content in Nigeria is not sustained, is not improved upon, we are going to have a situation where we shall just have vehicles that are going to be driven by outsiders. You all know that the best way to handle your vehicle is to handle it yourself. Let us handle Nigeria by ourselves. The experience we have in the oil and gas sectors must be replicated in the infrastructural section. We must all, we must all be part of it. We must all take part in it. We must not disappoint people that put their confidence in us. So we have a job, we have a role, we have a responsibility, as well as we have something to deliver to this nation. The global business has been adversely affected with the development of COVID-19 since the last 30 months, and consulting engineering practices has not been left out of this disruption. It is therefore apt for us to collaborate with other shareholders in the built environment and relevant government agencies to take the full advantage of the Presidential Order 5. Thank God, the collaboration between us and the other infrastructural player stakeholders is yielding fruits. It is our belief that all shall benefit from our distinguished special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Sagaya, FNSC, EFANG, MFR, OFR, a past president of ACEN and the Zana of Ilorin. It is also a pleasure to welcome the great keynote speaker. Please, can you give him a round of applause? This is not easy to get out of this place. Engineer Bena LM Ojum, FNSC, FNICE, Chief Executive Officer, CLE Limited, who is in a good position, a senator, is in a good position to give a view of the theme of this event. We appreciate our sponsors for these events, the exhibitors, those who put in adverts in our program, and those who identify with us one way or the other. And we wish all of them good fortune during the year 2022 and beyond. At the end of this conference, therefore, we should come up with a communique, which we hope will be an aggregate of our collective views on an integrated approach to ensuring that the survival and strength of our profession is secured through advocacy and representation to relevant arms of government while enhancing the development of the country. May I, at this junction, thank my darling chairman, Engineer Dr. Edward N. Moore, FNSC, and members of the 2022 ACEN EGM Planning Committee. I must thank everybody. In fact, I must thank the chairman of the LOC for looking after the MD and I since we came yesterday. We thank you very much. Well, we know it's been tight. We just finished a big run on the FIDIC Africa seminar, and within 3 weeks after, you are asked to put this together. This is an onerous task, which you have done very well. So I thank you, all members of this committee. Please give yourself a round of applause. Once again, I welcome everybody for a fruitful celebration. I now declare the seminar open. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our president, Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, the 19th president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN. For those who are just joining us, this is the 2022 EGM and seminar of ACEN, holding today, the 21st day of the month of July 2022 at Golden Tulip Hotel in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Without wasting any bit of our time, we are going to launch straight to the first keynote that we have for consideration this morning. But before we do that, as a proud alumnus of the only unique university in the universe, the University of Port Harcourt, I would like to recognize and give honor to somebody that I respect so much, a professor of the unique University of Port Harcourt, who is here seated. He is no other person than Professor Matthew Wegu. He's a professor of environmental biochemistry and toxicology from the University of Port Harcourt. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. You are very much welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to us the guest, the first keynote speaker that we have for today. I would like us to please listen attentively so we get to know who we are about to listen to. Our keynote speaker for today was born on September 17, 1958 in Ogbogu, Ogbaegbema Ndoni, local government area of Rivers State. He attended Santa Maria High School, Omok, between 1972 and 1976. I want to say he's proudly a colleague of engineer George Chukwulewa Okoroma, as they both attended the same primary school. Secondary school. He's also a student of the Institute of Construction, Bucharest, Romania, between 1979 and 1983, where he obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering. He was also a student of Rivers State University of Science and Technology, Port Harcourt, where he bagged his Master of Technology degree in Highway and Transportation Engineering. Our keynote speaker for today has the following work experience. His NYC at FCDA Abuja in 1984, completing his service year. And after that, he was also awarded as the best youth corper, winning the FCT award, Chairman Sono Award for the Federal Capital Territory. On completion of his NYC, he worked in the Ministry of Lands and Survey between 1984 and 1985, Ministry of Works and Transport, 1985 to 2000. In recognition of his hard work, diligence, and commitment, Federal Government of Nigeria under President Olusegun Obasanjo appointed him into the board of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, as Executive Director Project in 2005. This is a position that he held up to 2009 when his tenure ended. It is on record so far that since the inception of the commission, our keynote speaker for today is the only executive director project that has completed his tenure 4 years in full successfully. Having formally retired from the public service after 35 years of meritorious service to the states and federal government, our keynote speaker for today is currently the chairman and chief executive officer of Clear Engineering Consult Nigeria Limited, a civil and electrical engineering consultancy company registered by ACEN. Our keynote speaker for today is a lover of knowledge, and as such, he has attended the following courses: Global Leaders Program of Harvard Business School, Harvard University, Boston, United States of America, November 2014, Top Leadership Development Program, Manchester Business School, University of Manchester, United Kingdom, 2011, Top Executive Leadership Program, McDowell School of Business, Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., United States of America. There's a whole lot about our resource person for today, but I want to quickly look at a number of the fellowship that he has bagged over the year. Our keynote speaker for today is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSE. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineer, NICE. Is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered, NIM. Is a fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers, ASCE. Is a fellow of the Institute of Business Administration and Knowledge Management. Is a member of the International Association of Hydraulic Engineering and Research, Spain. Is a member of Disaster Risk Management, CDRM, World Federation of Engineering Organization, and also he's a current registered engineer, and also a Justice of Peace by the Rivers State government in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for today has bagged a lot of awards. He won the prestigious African Child Prize Medal in 2015. He won the Niger Delta Achievement Merit Award as Master of Durable Record in 2014, Meritorious Service Award, Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, Recognition Award of Achievement in Engineering Profession by the Nigerian Society of Engineers Harcourt branch in 2018, Distinguished Honor Award NICE 2020, Recognition in Management Excellence Award NIM South Zone Bayelsa State 2021, and he has many others. Without further ado, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker for today, Engineer Benaya Ojum, as he speaks to us. Let's put our hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and MC. When they talk about you like this, at times you look at yourself that, are you really the one they are talking about? So I thank you for job well done. And I'm so happy standing before my colleagues and members of other professional body to make this presentation. And before I go do that, I would like to establish this protocol. Well, the protocol has been established. I would just like to recognize them as stated. Mr. President of ACEN, it's a pleasure to have you here. You are in the Garden City. This morning you told me you ate fresh fish. Our fresh fish is not the one you eat over there. Our own is from river, straight to soup. So we'll treat you with that. The immediate past president, my own brother and colleague engineer, J.C. Okoroma, the distinguished special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, FNSC, ably represented by the immediate past president, Engineer J.C. Okoroma. Special guest of honor, Engineer Derefaka, who is unavoidably absent, but Atlantis is on his way coming. I want to recognize my own brother and friend, who has also been introduced by Professor Matthew Egu, a professor of environmental biochemistry and toxicology, University of Port Harcourt. It's good to have you here, so that you should be in the midst of engineers and see what we do and other professional bodies. And other professional bodies that are here, members of the press, my colleagues, all protocols duly observed. I am so happy that we can finally gather in Port Harcourt for this EGM. And I give kudos to the organizers, the South Zonal chair, and very many others who have helped to make this thing a success. This keynote address by Engineer Benaya Ojum, FNSC, today, 21st July 2022, at the Golden Tulip Essential Hotels, GRA Port Harcourt. Protocol. I'm very, very happy to stand before you at this 2022 ACEN Extraordinary General Meeting. I became happier with the selection of the topic, sustaining high local content in the development of Nigerian infrastructure. In fact, when I got this topic, I knew exactly what to talk about. This is the third time I'm talking about things like this. A few weeks ago, one was in Missouri, United States of America, and early this year, somewhere in Nigeria here too. There is no better time to discuss, there's no better time in the history of our dear country, Nigeria, than now to discuss this crucial topic. And I believe more constructive, open-minded discussions can dovetail into purpose-driven actions in the right direction, because subsequent speakers will come and speak on this topic, and the discussions today will be purpose-driven, and will definitely come out with a communique, something very substantial that we can give to Nigeria and give to the world as members of ACEN. Before I begin this address, let me thank ACEN for finding me worthy to give this keynote address. And also thank you for partnering with Coren. This is very important. For partnering with Coren, making sure that only qualified firms are in your register and the register of current. The current representative that is here, I've thanked Aken on your behalf. In fact, before I did this, I called the current president, and he told me you are here. So Aken has done well and is doing well in this direction. In his historical development of a nation, there comes a time when critical decisions have to be taken in order to leapfrog to a new level of socio-economic development. It is not news that the Nigerian economy has for many years boosted of huge foreign exchange earnings, particularly from oil and gas. But regrettably, this has not promoted commensurate economic well-being in the country, nor created commensurate jobs. This is a statement by engineer Dr. Bunaya Ono in one of the seminars we attended together in 2019, the former Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, when we are also talking about this topic in Abuja, 2019. This was exactly his statement, and it makes so much sense to me as I was working on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot discuss this topic, sustaining high local content in the development of Nigerian infrastructure, without referencing the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, which was established by the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development (NOGID) Act, which came into effect in April 22, 2010, and the Executive Order number 5 of the President of the present administration, signed by President Muhammadu Buhari on 2nd February 2018 and gazetted on 5th February 2018. This order was gazetted just about 3 days after his signing into law. Remember, we have many more executive orders, up to number 7, and it's even getting to number 9. And I would like Aken to go through very many, or as the executive orders come, they should be able to have it and understand where we come into these executive orders. They are very important. The executive order number 5 is designed to promote economic nationalism and serve as a potent tool for a new social engineering. This keynote address is based mainly on this important act of parliament and Mr. President Executive Order number 5. So everything I'm going to say now is based on these 2 documents and my experience in this sector. The order is divided into 18 sections and provides for a new economic order which enjoins all procuring entities in Nigeria, and in section 1, subsection 1, to give preference. Remember our topic, sustaining high local content in Nigeria. So this is one of the things, to give preference to Nigerian companies and firms in the award of contract in line with the 2007 Procurement Act. So this order is akin in what we are doing today. This provision is in line with the theme of this extraordinary general meeting. Section 1, subsection 4 of the order requires Nigerian companies or firms duly registered in accordance with the laws of Nigeria with current practicing license to lead in any consultancy service involving joint venture relationships and agreements. We have to lead. You have to lead, irrespective of where the person comes from. No matter the equity, the Nigerian company, the Nigerian firm has to lead. This is one way we can sustain the local content here. Section 4 states that designs of all contracts, programs, projects, etc., shall be in English language before signing such contract. This is to make sure that nobody cheats you and you are still leading. You remember sometimes ago, there was a saga on a contract in one language like that. And somebody said he doesn't understand that language. But whatever happens, you expected that for every contract in Nigeria, executed in Nigeria, should be in English, so that you will understand and I will understand. Section 5, 1A, requires all MDAs to take steps to encourage indigenous professionals in diaspora to return home and use their expertise to develop Nigeria. This was part of the meeting we had. Come home, come and do engineering at home. Medical people should come, engineers should come, whatever, we should come home. And if all of us come home, I think putting our heads together will be better for it. Section 5, subsection 2A requires that the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology shall establish centers for acquisition of technology in the 6th geopolitical zone of the country for the promotion of technology utilization, strengthening of technology management capabilities and information systems in the next 2 years. A lot of this has been done by the Ministry of Science and Technology. Section 6 makes it mandatory, this is mandatory, that a Nigerian company or firm shall not be disqualified from an award of contract by MDAs on the basis of year of incorporation. Because this is one thing the foreign companies use. You don't have experience, you are just 5 years, you are just 10 years. But the order says that you cannot be disqualified on the ground of the date of your incorporation. You can only be disqualified on the ground of not being qualified. So the question now is, the question that is begging now for answer is how executive order can be leveraged. How can I leverage executive order number 5? That is the question. They have made things possible for me and you based on the topic we are discussing now. But how can you leverage on it? And what have you done using the provisions of this order so far? So it is a question for me and you. April 2020, then there's another document that's very important that I've used to build this keynote address. And that is the No-Git order, No-Git Act. April 2022 marked the 12 years since the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board was established by the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry, Content Development. Please, this is very important. People call it local content, local content. What was the root of this act? You see? So we must know this. So otherwise called local content. The act clearly defines Nigerian content as the quantum of development or capacity and capabilities through the deliberate utilization of Nigerian human resources, human material and resources and services, especially in the Nigerian oil and gas sector. So that is what the act defines. And the act is what the act is talking is akin with the topic we are discussing today. That's why I said these two documents are very important in the work ACEN is doing today. I'll just give you some very few key indicators. The indicators are so many, but I will just give very few. And one of the indicators or the key thrust of this act is that there shall be exclusive concentration of Nigerian indigenous service companies, which demonstrates ownership of equipment, Nigerian personnel and capacity to execute such job to bid on land and swamp operating areas on the Nigerian oil and gas industries. For today in Nigeria, the most developed and the sector that is bringing the revenue for Nigeria is oil and gas. And this oil and gas sector is the main reference point in virtually all the discourses we are having in this country for now. So the Nigerian Content Plan shall contain provisions intended to ensure that first consideration shall be given to services provided from within Nigeria and to goods manufactured in Nigeria. And Nigerians shall be given first consideration for training and employment in the work programs for which the plan was submitted. This act of parliament and the executive order has given us all we need to do. The important thing is, how are you leveraging on it? So the laws are there. So how are you leveraging it? How is ACEN leveraging on all these laws? Where Nigerians are not employed because of their lack of training, the operator shall ensure to the satisfaction of the board that every reasonable effort is made within reasonable time to supply such training locally or elsewhere. And such effort and the procedure of this execution shall be contained in the operations, employment, and training. So it has also told you, if the capacity is not there, train the people. And if you train the people, the knowledge will be domiciled in Nigeria. And that is the topic we are discussing today. Section 31(1) says, for each of these operations, the operator shall submit to the board a succession plan of any position not held by Nigerians, and the plan shall provide for Nigerians to understudy each incumbent expatriate for a maximum period of 4 years. And at the end of the 4 years period, the position shall become Nigerianized. So thank you for discussing this topic today. If the expertise is not there, train the people. In 4 years' time, hand over to Nigeria. And we domicile that knowledge in Nigeria. We domicile that work in Nigeria here. 2, all indigenous Nigerianized positions shall attract salaries, wages, and benefits as provided for the operator's condition of service for Nigerians. All conditions of service and staff demography for all operators shall be made available to the board. So if a Nigerian take over those positions, their salary should not be less than that of the expatriate. That's what they're saying. You should be paid the same thing and possibly higher. Let me go to 6. To engage in targeted capacity building interventions that will deepen indigenous capabilities, human capital development, infrastructure and facility, manufactured materials, and local suppliers development. An operator, contractor, or subcontractor who carries out any project contrary to the provisions of this act commits an offense and is liable upon conviction to a fine of 5% of the project sum for each project in which the offense is committed, or cancellation of the projects. The federal government has done all this for me and you. So if we complain, it means we have not taken advantage of some of these things. Let us try them and see how it works. If it doesn't work, we invoke the act. And there's already a punishment for people who violate these orders. Now the question is, which I have been asking, now, how does this act of Parliament and Executive Order number 5 relate to our topic? And what exactly will sustaining high local content in the development of Nigeria infrastructure mean? What will it look like? What will this topic look like? Facing these 2 documents, Executive Order number 5 and Procurement Act. Not Procurement Act, Local Content Act. What will this look like? Now, number 1, sustaining high-level content in the development of Nigerian infrastructure will mean deliberately diminishing the importation of goods and nationally increasing and encouraging the utilization of local goods. We should be patriotic to use our local goods and diminish importation of goods. 2, it will mean encouraging Nigerians who have potentials to invent, design, fabricate, produce, and manufacture alternative products using locally available raw materials, but whose quality meets minimum standard for safety, quality, and economic viability. 3, it will mean developing relevant policy frameworks for the encouragement of foreign investments, with a caveat that Nigerians must be trained at the back of any project involving a magnitude or sensitivity level such that no capacity was available in country. It will also mean deliberately supporting locally manufacturers of materials and products through legal, fiscal, and trade frameworks that enables prospective Nigerians to invest in the sector. It will also mean accessing funds, access to foreign partnership, access to markets, protection from dumping, granting of tax incentives, and procurement that made in Nigerian goods are good, and pronouncement that made in Nigerian goods are good. That is what this topic means. In fact, my company leveraged on this. We are invited to bid for the West African corridor, ECOWAS, the road ECOWAS was doing from Nigeria to Ghana, and from Ghana, the whole of Ghana, and from part of Abidjan to Ghana. We did lot 2. We are able to come up to the second. About 77 companies all over the world were invited for that particular project. And we did the whole, we went by a road from Lagos to Benin Republic, to Togo, to Ghana. I did all that with my engineers, and we did everything, and we submitted. 77 countries in the whole country. And there were areas who didn't have capacities. And we leveraged on this. We were able to get some expatriates from other countries, and we insisted that we are going to be the lead company. And we were able to get the lead company. The Federal Minister of Works supported us in that. ECOWAS, I was in ECOWAS and discussed with the officers, and we are made the lead company for this particular purpose. Somehow along the line, at the end, the job was given to a Tunisian company. But we did our best. We were second out of 77 companies all over the world. And we are still pushing. They are giving us to do the border between Liberia, the border between Liberia and Guinea. That one, we are still working on that particular process. So leverage on the information you have within the country. So the third one on this is sustaining high local content in the development of Nigeria infrastructure will also mean undertaking systematic development of capacity and capability through the deliberate utilization of Nigerian human, material resources, and services in the development of local infrastructure. The requirement for local content in the development of infrastructure should therefore, I've said this over and over, should therefore mirror Section 12 of NOGIT Act 2020, which I have said earlier, which stipulates that first consideration be given to Nigerian goods and services in every call for tender, contract award, and project implementation. Nigerian businesses involving in building and infrastructure development should be ready to fully capitalize on the provision of such laws to develop their capacities. That's what I have told you now. I've just given an example of one thing we did. And we are backed by Federal Ministry of Works. We had the backing. And we led, the company in Port Harcourt here led foreign companies in this particular process. So I'm challenging all of you here, sitting here and listening to me. Do same. If we all come together and do same, we will be better for it. Conclusion. The need for adequate infrastructure in nation building is a key ingredient for economic growth and sustainable development. The quest for economic development by developing nations like Nigeria will require the emergency of public-private partnerships aimed at delivering major infrastructural projects. Also, stakeholders and government agencies saddled with this responsibility for bringing development in this sector must proactively channel their developmental plans and programs toward the sustained development of infrastructure, both at federal, state, and local government levels, to restate confidence and trust, and to further build a grassroots structure that would drive infrastructural development. We should note that to achieve high local content in the development of infrastructure, not only must effort be geared towards eradicating corruption. Corruption is one of the very big things that is disturbing us in this part of the world. So by all means, in your offices and wherever you are, you should work towards eradicating corruption. But also, government need to deliberately focus available resources in providing socioeconomic and human development interventions, such as providing basic social amenities like quality primary schools, tertiary education, capacity building, vocational training, and employment opportunities that will empower the critical sector of the economy, bearing in mind that the absence of these will only undermine and further jeopardize the gains being made by the enactment and implementation of the relevant laws as discussed. I've discussed these laws fairly extensively. I've discussed the order fairly extensively. Because of the time, I will have given an order, especially order number 7, an input into order number 7 and how it affects this particular program. Finally, as it is widely accepted that the creation of new enterprises is the best way by confronting economic stagnations. This is true by the football in 2002. Nigerians' local content development effort need to include the creation, support, and growth of new enterprises that will in turn ensure sustenance of high-level local content in the development of Nigerians' infrastructure. It is my hope that the issues raised in this keynote address will continue to reverberate in boardrooms and investment fora nationwide and across the globe as businesses position and reposition to be part of the enormous opportunities in Nigeria. ACAN member, take advantage of these laws, take advantage of this order, and it shall be well with us. Thank you and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker for today. He has done excellently well. I believe you have learned, you have unlearned, and you have relearned this morning. The topic under consideration has been very impactful. Engineer, thank you so very much, sir. We are grateful. Put your hands together for him again. Before he steps aside, I would like to invite the chairman and I beg your pardon, the president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, to please come forward and officially present the plaque of appreciation or citation of appreciation to keynote speaker for today, while the chairman of the EGM alongside the managing director of ACAN will unanimously join hands to deliver on this. Let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker again.
All members are present. We are all delighted by the depth of knowledge that has been displayed by our keynote speaker. In fact, he has set the tune and he has given us blueprints of what he thinks we should do. The good thing about it is that he's a member of ACAN. So we are going to leverage on him as the arrowhead to make sure that all of us here actually gain with what from his knowledge. So on behalf of ESCO, Council, and all membership of ACAN, I give this to ACAN for a job well done.
Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, Engineer June. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. We are very glad that you could make it for this presentation. For those who are just joining us online, this is the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACAN. We just had the first keynote presentation by Engineer Benea Elemchuku Ojum, and he spoke to us on the topic, sustaining high local content in the development of Nigeria's infrastructure. While he was speaking, a very distinguished son of the soil walked in, and I want to very respectfully recognize the presence of Engineer Chief Mark Dasso Derefaka, FNSC F9 JP, the Managing Director of the Niger Delta Basin Development Authority, who is here seated. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Engineer Mark. All right, I've been asked that the chairman of the planning committee for the 2022 EGM will walk you to the head table. A seat has been reserved for you, prepared for you, and we really want you to take that position, please, if you don't mind. Let's put our hands on him again. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have to jump quickly to the next item on our program for the day, and that is the paper presentation. And this session is going to be ably coordinated by a very distinguished professional, a respected engineer par excellence. Is no other person than, he's a fine elderly man, and his name is Engineer Fine Chima Ogolo FNSC, who is going to chair this session. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes up, please. Put your hands together for Engineer Fine Chima Ogolo. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome. I'm going to hand over the microphone to him, and he will give me back the microphone at the end of 15 minutes. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. My president, Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, FNSC, our distinguished special guest of honor, and past president of Harcourt, Engineer speaker. Thank you. We've had the keynote speaker, who is an engineer and Ebola Ken member. So our speaker this time around is a distinguished fellow of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. He is he is Dr. Yeah, we've been calling engineer. He's Dr. Lucius Ahamde Iheme. He will talk to us this morning on the impact of local content in the development of Nigeria's infrastructure. If you go to page 18 of your program, you see his very brief profile there. And I will call on the on our MC to quickly run through his profile in less than 5 minutes so that he will have 10 minutes to address us. After that, there will be 20 minutes of discussion, which we can cut down to 15 minutes to save some time. And it will build on what our keynote speaker had already given us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Fanchima Ogolo. You give me 5 minutes to run through the brief citation of our paper presenter for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't get offended if I raise too much. Our paper presenter for today has a doctorate degree in theological science from ACTS Academy, Abuja, Nigeria, certificate in computer appreciation in 2006 from ATBU, Bauchi State, Nigeria, a Master of Business Administration in Marketing from ATBU, Bauchi, Nigeria, and also a Bachelor of Arts Honors in Mass Communication from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 1978. Employment history. From 1979 to 1981, he worked in NTA Bauchi branch as news editor and news anchor and producer. From 1981 to 1983, he was with the Federal Polytechnic Bauchi as public relations and industrial liaison officer. From 1983 to 1997, he was at ATBU Bauchi as public relations and publication director. From 1997 to 2019, he was at ATBU Bauchi as Director of Public Relations Directorate. Part-time engagements, he was a part-time lecturer in Mass Communication Department at the Federal Polytechnic Bauchi. He was also a part-time lecturer at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Bauchi. He was Country Director, Cairo Initiative, a UK-based NGO operating in Nigeria. If of career highlights of our paper presenter for today, from 2009 to 2013, he was National Training Director of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR. 2005 to 2009, Director of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations Study Center, Bauchi State, Nigeria. 2002 to 2004, Council Member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, 2010 to 2013, Communications Officer of World Bank Sponsored Step B Project, Capacity Building and Training Consultant for various companies, agencies, and institutions, Nigeria Custom, ITF, Energy Commissions of Nigeria, Bauchi Radio Corporation, to mention but a few. From 1999 to 2012, our paper presenter for today was Chairman, Management Board of Harmony High School, Salama Primary School in Bauchi State, Nigeria. From 1993 to 2012, he was Church Administrator, Elim Pentecostal Churches in Nigeria. He has also served as member technical committee set up by the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, to evaluate its intervention project in tertiary institutions in Nigeria. 2020 to date, our paper presenter for today is serving as member technical committee team of the Research and Development Standing Committee of TED Fund, appointed to midwife the establishment of the National Research and Development Foundation for Nigeria. Distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our paper presenter for today, Dr. Lucius Amadi Andy Iheme, FNIPR, as he makes his presentation. Let's put our hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Executive Council of ACAN and the council members. I don't make light of the fact that I'm standing before very distinguished engineers in this country. It just reminds me of what happened when I was teaching part-time in the university. I was teaching some engineering students communication skills. And the question I put forward was, could they write me a letter using the block paragraphing system to explain why they couldn't write my continuous assessment test? And one smart engineering student said that while he was hurrying to the examination hall to write from another town he was driving, they had a very fatal accident on the road, and all of them died on the spot. That was the reason he couldn't write my test. And I said engineers can be creative. I'll be talking to us on the impact of local content in the development of Nigeria's infrastructure. Now, my presentation will come in 7 parts, and I'll just conclude. I have very little time, so you don't mind. If I rush it, do a brief introduction just to let us know what the local content is all about. I'll also talk about the Nigerian experience, and of course, look at what is happening across our borders. Because when you talk about local content, it has a global dimension, which I would like us to see. We'll look at the benefits and the challenges, and we'll talk about the impact and the way forward, and I'll conclude. Now, local content policy is all about empowering Nigerians to take over the economy in terms of service provision, use of local materials and personnel, as well as their dominance in industrial governance. Because sometimes we think when you talk about infrastructure, some people think it's all about brick and mortar. It goes beyond that. Even governance has a lot to do with local content. Because if independence is about local content, Nigerians taking over their affairs. So local content is a very broad thing, and engineering happens to be one of the areas where its impact is very well felt. Can this thing, is it? Yes. Nations have developed their infrastructure in a meaningful, sustainable, and secure manner. They've always relied on domiciliation and domestication and indigenization. Some people make this distinction between local content and indigenization. They think indigenization is all about control and ownership, but local content is about domiciliation and domestication of your processes, of the content, along the value chain. So nations have always developed this. It may come in various names, but the important thing is about, it's all about protectionism, protecting your own so that you are in control. Some would say it's trade barrier, some will call it local content, some will call it all kinds of names. But in the end, the summary is all the same, the bottom line. Now, broadly speaking, we have 2 categories of infrastructure. They are quite, the categorization, they can be up to 9, 12, depending on who is saying it, but you can sum them up under social infrastructure, economic infrastructure, when you are discussing the issue of infrastructure. Under social infrastructure, there it is more welfareist. You talk about housing, medical facilities, you talk about building, schools. But when you talk about economic infrastructure, those things that impact on the economy, roads, energy, and such things. So these are the 2 broad categories of infrastructure. And I think in all of them, the engineers play very critical roles. So you can begin to see that as the seminal step, that is the first step we took towards achieving local content in this country, began way back in 1972 with the establishment of the Nigerian Enterprises Promotion Decree as amended in 1977, which was an expression of Nigeria's intent to indigenize. And a lot of us who met this policy as a decree saw a situation where Nigeria took over I think about 1,103 foreign concerns in order to create space for Nigerians to participate in it. And in that process, 2 major banks that were the leading banks then, that was Union Bank and First Bank. Nigerian took over controlling shares in them and made it mandatory that a certain percentage of their loans should go to indigenous players in order for them to be able to buy shares into these companies. Next slide. Now, the decree was all about indigenization policy, which was, and the intent was to enable Nigerians to have greater control of their economy by increasing indigenous ownership and control of the economic activities and at the same time reduce foreign domination in order to prevent possible economic sabotage and ensure economic security. When we'll be discussing the benefits of this, we'll go through some of these benefits, the pros and the cons of taking indigenous, having indigenous ownership and control. Next slide. Now, the National Enterprises Promotions Decree didn't quite address the issue of local content, because we still had a dominance of foreigners in some critical sectors of the economy. So the issue of local content came up in order to address these little areas, in the area of procurement, in the area of staffing, in the area of the processes, and all the rest, as our earlier speaker had spoken. Because at that time, construction companies like Dumez, like Julius Berger, were all in the hands of foreigners, full-time, and Nigerians were only just there as employees. So by 2010, the local content policy became a law when the president of the nation gave his national assent to it. The policy became a law, and therefore providing legal framework to guide indigenous content and participation in the Nigerian oil and gas. Now, some people will as we will all believe that this is even coming rather late, considering that oil and gas was making 95% contribution to the GDP of this country, and the contribution to our budget was about 80%. So one would wonder why we left it this long. But anyway, it came. And by April 2nd of 2010, the local content policy became a law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, there are two parts to it that will interest us very much, because that law is quite detailed. Please, can you remove that? And two parts of it. The first is that Nigerian independent, he has stressed that. Thank you very much for that. He said, Nigerian independent operators shall be given first consideration in the award of oil blocks, oil field licenses, oil lifting licenses, and in all projects for which contract is to be awarded in the Nigerian oil and gas industry, subject to the fulfillment of such conditions as may be specified by the minister. This is the privilege you have. Like you said, you can leverage on this because exclusive rights, privileges have been offered to players in this industry who are Nigerians. You are to be given first consideration before any other bidder. Next slide. That's the second part of this. There shall be exclusive consideration to Nigerian indigenous service companies which demonstrate ownership of equipment, Nigerian personnel, and capacity to execute such work or bid on land and swamp operating areas of the Nigerian oil and gas industry for contracts and services contained in the schedule of the Act. So this gives you a level of monopoly. If you don't know this, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. But this is now in your domain, and the privilege has been granted to you to exploit. Next slide. Now, this is what is happening in other countries. In Russia, for every data you generate, it must be processed within Russia and stored in Russia. Because some of these data have even security implications. I tell you, there are some people who want to carry out certain projects in Nigeria, they go abroad to get their data. It's happening in governance. Anything on governance in Nigeria today, you go to Britain, you go to libraries and foreign universities to get data. But in Russia, by the reason of their local content policy, every data you generate in the country must be processed and kept in the country. Next slide. Next slide. In Indonesia, the same thing. There must be a local data center where the locals can access data concerning their country. There are certain things you want to do, soil test and all the rest of them, oil, you want prospecting for oil and all the rest of them. I tell you, some of this you have to go to England or America to get your data. But in these countries, it's been made mandatory that there has to be a local data centers where you don't have to hassle. There's no much hassle to get this data because of their local content policy. Next slide. In Turkey, the totals, oh my God. This engineer is trigger happy. Now, Turkey is the world's fourth largest exporter of textile. In 2018, the value of export is all there. But you know, the interesting thing is that you cannot export garment into Turkey. My daughter, who after training as a biomedical engineer in Cyprus, decided when she came back to become a designer. And she had made classmates, friends in Turkey and other countries who wanted the popular Nigerian Ankara. And so she made quite a number and was to send to Turkey by DHL. They didn't allow the materials to enter because all the big tailoring companies, Gucci and all the rest of them, have their tailors in Istanbul. And because this is the second largest industry in Turkey, the garment industry, they did not allow the materials to get into Turkey. It's protected. The industry is protected. Next slide. In Saudi Arabia, they will look at the cost in terms of the labor you are using, the goods, the services, the access, the technology, and they will find out the component of that cost that is going into, that is spent in Saudi Arabia. So it's local content. They are also controlling it, preserving their industry for their indigenous people to thrive. It gets funnier when you get to China. There they protect their sports infrastructure. In China, their Super League allows the clubs to hire 6 foreign players, but the number allowed at any specific time is 4, but not more than 3 can play in any single match. Not more than 3, but their goalkeeper must be a Chinese. Must be Chinese. Local content. Must be Chinese. I wonder why the striker is not Chinese. Now, next slide. Well, in the United Kingdom, the story is the same in the provision of their electricity. Once you're going to 300 megawatts of electricity, you must go through the supplementary protection certificates. You must have it. And that will tell you the level of the local content that you must have in the project. Next slide. Now, having looked at all this, we can see that the local content policy, it's an acceptable global instrument for infrastructural development. And Nigeria cannot be different. It doesn't come easy because the truth of it is that the local content policy is disruptive. It disrupts the status quo. People who have been benefiting, especially the developed world, who have been benefiting from it will fight you. They will tell you the wheat produced in Nigeria is too soft for bread. You should remember when we went into wheat production in Bauchi, where I live, we were leading. And suddenly they raised some pseudo professors who came up and told us Nigerian wheat was too soft for bread. Is there anything wrong with our bread being soft and different? There's nothing different. There's no big deal. That's our bread. It has to be soft, and that's how we eat it. But that project was abandoned because of it. And because people like America must protect their wheat industry, sometimes, do you know when they overproduce and it's going to affect the international market, they dump their wheat in the ocean so that they don't chip in, they don't reduce the price. Now, what are some of the benefits? It creates job opportunities for indigenous people. For our engineers, this is an opportunity for you to thrive because monopoly has been created for you by government fiat, by law. And it creates economic prosperity because some of those local materials that should have been imported, local expertise that should have been imported, should now be sourced in country. And if that is the case, that means a lot of those people who produce such things will find markets. More or less, the local content policy makes us or local producers a captive market. You have to buy from us. It also reduces and eliminates capital flight, because all the money that should have been sent abroad to export, to bring in expatriates, or to bring in some foreign goods can now be plowed back within the country for infrastructural development. It enhances our national pride and reinforces our political independence. And that is a fact. Because if you keep depending, I just pity the Francophone countries who even the bottled water they drink is from France. So in a situation where your dependence is solely on foreign countries, your independence is in jeopardy. It's like what happens in a house where you have a cook, which is a very good example of local content. If your wife doesn't cook well and you have not raised your children to cook well, the day the cook will leave, the day the hired cook will leave, you just find out that you need to do some local content development in your family so that you can have an in-house cook. It has happened to me, and now I've learned to cook myself. Local content development. It helps nations to build indigenous capacity and enhances our internal security. Next slide. Next slide. Now, go back a bit. Go back to where we're coming from. Now, if you people realized, no, not here, go back. I'm not saying move forward. Back. Good, good. If you realize what happened to Uganda in 1976, I don't know whether some of you remember the Operation Thunderbolt, yes, conducted by the Israeli army when some nationals were taken hostages by terrorists. Now, the Israeli forces moved into Uganda and rescued all the hostages. It was a hugely successful operation, but they lost only one soldier, the brother of the current Prime Minister, Netanyahu. His elder brother died in that operation. Why was it successful? Because the Israeli engineers were involved in the design and the building of the Entebbe airport. So they knew every nook and cranny in that airport and were able to brief the soldiers on where and how to strike. And it was very successful. Now you can see the involvement of foreigners, how that can compromise your security. Okay? Now, let's move to the next slide. Now, these are some of the challenges you will face. Sheer patriotism can blind nations in introducing the policy in areas in which they can't cope. Idi Amin in 1972 suddenly woke up one morning and gave all the British Asians 90 days to quit Uganda because he thought they were dominating their economy. The Asians left. Till today, Uganda has not recovered from that policy. Sheer patriotism, local content is not about sheer patriotism. It must be guided by strict professionalism and the fact that you want your economy to develop, not necessarily because you are patriotic. Look at what happened in Mugabe's Zimbabwe. In 200, Mugabe just woke up and said, he's taken over the farmlands of all the white people. As I speak today, they are calling them back and paying them compensation. Some of them ran to a lorry. Some of them are doing business there. So, sheer patriotism does not cut it. Unpatriotic indigenous professionals front for foreign firms. So, capital is still taking flight, technology is not being transferred, and the indigenous manpower is not being developed. So, it could, if you eliminate competition, it's possible it will breed mediocrity. We are seeing it in some of the roads. We do apologies. We're used to cutting corners, and the issue of corruption came up when you were speaking, sir. And that is happening when you do indigenous content and it's not properly done. Standards get compromised. Monitoring expertise may be lacking by the reason of We don't have this technology to monitor. Corruption may come in and all that. Next slide. Now, this is the impact. There are two sides to it. Impact, there's the positive, there's the negative. Cost reduction. Nigeria saved about $2 billion on engineering procurement contract with the introduction of the local content in oil and gas. Local content in Nigerian oil and gas industry has increased from 5% before 2010 to about 42% in 12 years. And we are told by 2030 or thereabout, it will get to 70%. Nigeria was only able to retain 5% of the 21 billion spent in the oil and gas industry before 2010. But with the local content now, we are able to, part of all the budget, 21 billion spent in the industry, 30% of it is now spent within this country. Next slide. Next slide. Nigeria has the biggest modular refinery in Africa and Imo State now as a result of local content, has capacity to produce about 5,000 barrels of crude oil daily. Nigeria now controls over 90% of the labor force in the oil and gas industry. This translates to about over 300,000 jobs for Nigerians in the industry. Then research and development activities have also received a boost. I think there's a $50 million grant given to universities to establish centers of excellence and industrial parks in our universities now to carry out research. TED Fund will be interested in this. Incidentally, I consult for them because Nigeria is just at the threshold of establishing a National Research and Development Foundation. And that $50 million will be wonderful. Next slide. With the introduction of the $200 million content intervention fund with an interest rate of 8% and a repayment period of 5 years, the problem of paucity of funds for indigenous operators has been addressed. I don't know whether some of you are aware of this. This provides an opportunity for you to key in. Funds is no longer a problem. There is an intervention fund provided by the monitoring board, headed by one of the sons, Semi Maribote. Very good. He's the one sitting on that. So get to see him. Move on. Next slide. The negative impact on protracted Nigerians are fronting for foreigners, such that the entire essence of the local policy is being defeated, because what you hear is the voice of Esau, but the hand belongs to Jacob, you know? So the policy has led to lowering of standards in some areas of the economy, especially in road construction, which is very obvious. When Dumais was doing it under their foreign ownership, when, what's the other one, very popular one? Julius Berger was doing it. Some of the roads they did are still standing. So how come Nigerians have taken over and things are going low? Refusal of foreign firms to transfer technology. Now, in view of the fact that we want to take over, they are now not very keen in training the local people and the rest of them. Then increase in smuggling. Our tastes have been sharpened. And so when you ask us to replace the foreign imported things with local things, Nigerians resist it. And so the local policy is a problem. Next slide. I'm hurrying because I'll round off soon. The way forward, we need to strengthen our education, because foreign content has to do with personnel. So we need to strengthen our educational sector, especially the informal sector, what you call the apprenticeship system, and the vocational education system, and even the ODL, the open and distance learning system, in order to democratize education. We need to do that. Those of you who are engineers working, you need foremen, you need craftsmen, you need artisans to work. We have seen it happen in Kaduna, between Kaduna and Panteka, where the Kaduna Polytechnic has gotten into some relationship with Panteka, and they are giving certificates to people who do fabrication and all kinds of things. And such labor can now be, we are now being exported to neighboring countries in Africa. Aba is a good place. The garment industry, you see what the system of apprenticeship is doing. People who may not speak good English, but they know what to do. The mechanics, the welders, and the rest of them. Then we need to establish local content desks in farms operating in Nigeria. regular review of Nigeria's National Research Inventory, and he talked about membership register of professionals. We need to keep updating it so that quacks don't take our place. Then possibilities of corporate mergers to strengthen capacity. The way we are currently constituted, some of us are too small to benefit from this. It calls for merger, for synergy, so that we can build capacity. Then stiff penalty. And the one I didn't put here, I just remembered, is that we, what was it? It's in the paper itself, but I forgot to include it in the slide. It has to do with, just 1 minute. I did it last night and I included it in the paper, but please just permit me 1 minute. With this, I'll just run. Yes, here is it. I think I'm through. Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you very much, Dr. Lucius Ahamde Iheme, for this wonderful lecture. Thank God you are consulting for TED Fund. That's a part of this thing you've given us. So we are very grateful. But we've gone into the time for discussion, and we have 20 minutes for that. So with the permission of the MD, how about if we cut the discussion part to 10 minutes? So I will leave off the summary of the paper I should have done, because I believe it is self-explanatory. And he's a journalism teacher. He's elaborated very well. So we shall now use about 10 minutes to discuss his paper. Ask anything you want to ask, contribute. And you seize that opportunity in case you also want to contribute anything to the keynote speech earlier given by our brother, Engineer Benia Ojum. This is an opportunity to also contribute. And for those online, you're also free to contribute. So you enrich the two papers we've gotten so far from your contribution, or you ask anything you want to ask to two of them. Thank you very much.
Yes, anyone with question, could you please just raise your hand? So I'll give you the mic and we ask the question. Question or contribution? I'd like to start from the head table. Mr. President, members of the head table, do you have any question or contribution to the papers that have been presented?
Well, the chairman, the guest speaker, I think the chairman had said that the paper is quite explicit. And one thing you must be careful of is asking questions from journalists, because they will throw this question back to you. But having said that, we see what we are and what we should have, but we know we are not there. Executive Order 5 has not really been domesticated in the MBAs. What do you think ACEN members or ACEN and ACEN members can do to ensure that this order changes from being an order to being a legislative act? Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for our president. That's wonderful. The question goes to Engineer Benia Ojum, as I believe you listen. Okay, our immediate past president, Engineer George.
Thank you very much. The subject that we have in this conference, local content development. The challenge of local content has to do with capacity. And that was a major challenge that we have. You can't talk about local content where you don't have capacity. And we must be intentional in capacity development. And that's where challenge comes. If you are saying that we want the locals to take over in a certain area of the development of a nation, looking at infrastructure, for instance, you must build capacity. And I think that government needs to be intentional in this. There are deliberate efforts by private organizations, firms, in trying to set up perhaps workshops and training centers. But if there's no intention by government to really support, I can tell, for instance, I have an organization where I set up a workshop. In this workshop, I have, engineering tools for fabrication. Name it, like you have the lathe machines, you have welding machines and all that. But if there's no support or deliberate support by government to ensure that these efforts are brought to the level where it will bring an impact into the growth of that nation or in that society, then it becomes a problem. So we should be looking at how can government partner with private firms? How can private firms partner with the universities? Because there was a time when we went for a lecture in one of the universities, and the subject was dispersing darkness. And the question was, if we're going to disperse darkness, what do we do? There are two ways. He said that we're looking at renewable energy, like the solar energy or the wind energy. Yesterday, I was watching a program on the very simple way of harnessing wind energy to produce light. And this can be done locally. But we need a partnership with the industry and the government. So how can we build capacity to ensure that we move forward under this Nigerian content development? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question. Let's be very, very brief with our questions. 1 minute is very expensive in AIT. So please, I'm giving you 30 seconds for your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Johnny, representing Prelim Consulting. After listening to the keynote speaker, I have this question in my mind. Does the fact that local content law is in order right now rule out the fact that if an indigenous company has a contract, maybe a road project, that rule out the fact that they should have another consultant or a consulting firm monitoring that? I don't know if my question is in order.
It's okay. I believe the resource persons, Engineer Benair and our public relations specialist, believe you got the question. So any other person with a question here? Okay, I think that will be all. I'll pass the microphone to the chairman so that you help us in administering.
So I'll call on Engineer Benia Ojum to answer as much as he can, then
60
do your
seconds.
final something, then I'll round up.
All right,
Thank
60 seconds to each question, sir.
Please, the last question. I didn't get the last question very well, but the first question, I want to take the first question now. I don't know if you can reframe it.
I believe the last one is saying that, let's say, Julius Berger or any person is doing a job, because you are in the genus, you do not need any consultant to cross-check you or something. I believe that's what he's saying. That there should normally be another person to check what you are doing, to save costs and save quality and everything.
Okay, let me take our president's question, and I will just go direct to that question. What do I can do to change the executive order to an act of parliament? I'm sure, Mr. President, that is the sense in the, yes. There's always a way to get an act of parliament, and that is the process of making a law. The order is also a law, but by the president. You remember the president, those days, they were making decree from their offices. And there is no way this can be couched without some people who have knowledge of the law. So an order is a law, but from the executive angle only. But the act of parliament, just like the local content, which is an act of parliament, which is now a law. So the process will also go through that process. Now you're saying, what will ACEN do? There is a process of making this law. And that is, you come together, you look at the order. If you have any concern in the order, either to add, to subtract, or whatever, you put it together and pass it through a parliamentarian. Mind you, you will not go to the parliament to read any of those things. You must pass it through a parliamentarian, either at the Senate or House of Representatives. This is my concern on this order. The parliament has a right to veto it. They can veto the order. They can also restructure the order to meet the demands of the public as it regards that order. So ACEN has something to do. I remember Nigerian Society of Engineers doing this. You see, the current law has been changed. It was not done from outside. It was done from within. They couched the law. They were able to make inputs into it and pass it through some of our members in parliament. And it was followed up until we have what we have now as current act, which is now a law that gives current so much power to execute. So ACEN can do that.
Thank you, our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Well done. So please, your final comments. Your final comment.
Final comment. Okay, on the supervision, if Julius Berger is working, depends on the nature of the contract anyway. There are some contracts that you design, you supervise, and build. We are seeing such a thing now. But ordinarily, it should have been better for a second eye or a third eye to see what the other person is doing. And because some of those things are not there, we are noticing a lot of mistakes, a lot of issues in some of the projects executed, even by the multinationals. And where Nigerians are involved, some of those things are minimized. So the important thing here is the proprietors should be able to love Nigerians enough, should be able to love the Nigerian professionals enough to use them in their projects. In my discussion, I made it very plain that we should be able to say that made in Nigerian goods are good. So their knowledge is good enough for whatever thing we are doing here.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ojum. So the final comments by Dr.
Thank you very much. In answer to the question of Mr. President, sir, the first is one for you people to make, how to leverage on that order. First, call public attention to it with seminars, through the press, get into advocacy, bring it into the public domain through discussions, interviews with your people. And the third one is to do lobbying. That's what we call the parliamentary lobbying. Get your members who are in the parliament, sponsor a bill drafted by you and given to him to present, and do lobbying. Sometimes you can get people to, there's a paper I have I call How to Influence the Influencers. You can get the primary school teacher of Buhari to call him to listen to you. He will listen. People who approached Jesus when wine finished at the ceremony didn't go to him, they went to the mother. That is lobbying. Is a technique. And so you find Roman Catholics who think to reach Jesus, you go through Mary. Is lobbying. So you can lobby through people who have taught these parliamentarians. They are primary school teachers, they are secondary school teachers. They are good friends. They are pastors, they are imams. You can lobby through them to get your bill done, to get this bill presented before the House. That's in answer to that. The third one on how my friend was saying, something we call the triple helix, where you get the academia, industry, and government working together. In South Africa, before you get a postgraduate degree, industry has listed their areas of challenge. So when you go in to do a master's or PhD in any area, they will bring you the challenges in those areas. You pick one topic, and as you're dealing with that topic, you are solving a societal problem. It happens in Egypt. If you want to study agric, you go through the agric research institutes, where a topic is chosen. The supervision of that project is done by the university and the institute together. It's not what we do in Nigeria and cut and paste, where you can get a PhD by going to Google and searching information, cutting and pasting. There, research work solves problem. It's hands-on, is solution-induced. So we can do that, sir. And it's in my paper. When you read through, you will see the triple helix model, where these groups can come together to solve issues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iheme. Thank you for this wonderful effort. So I thank the keynote speaker, Engineer B. Ojun, and Dr. Iheme for this wonderful effort. In rounding up, please note that there is a subsisting infrastructure plan, an integrated infrastructure plan for Nigeria, a 30-year-old plan that is supposed to run from 2013 to 2043. It's existing, it's supposed to have started 2014. We're in the second segment, five-year term. The next one is, this one is 2019 to 2023. And it's supposed to spend $3 trillion within that period. It's being revised a bit. And there are 7 core areas by UN and other bodies in such infrastructure plan. And then the core areas are the transportation part, the energy, the ICT, then the water, the mining and the agric. You have the health and education, the social infrastructure that had been mentioned, then the social security and so on. So the Nigerian Integrated Master Plan has a core areas of 4 of these ones. That is the energy part, the transport part, ICT, and water. These are the 4 parts. But the 2 driving ones are energy and transportation. So we have that in mind, and that we are working on it and trying to revise. So we thank all of you for this wonderful effort. We shall, he will tidy it up. After this, we shall go for the official opening of the exhibitions, then tea break and so on. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Engineer Fine Chima Ogolo. He has done excellently well, and by appearance, you can attest to the fact that he's a fine, elderly, respected engineer. Put your hands together for him once again. Please, please remain standing before you step aside. Just hold on. Just hold on. You can have your seat. Just hold on. Would like to call on the President Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria. Chairman, sir, your attention is needed behind. The President of ACEN to please come forward. You are going to present this citation of appreciation to PR professional. He spoke excellently well. I was blown away by his communication skill. Dr. Lucius Andy Iheme, a fellow of NIPR. Please come forward, sir, and receive your plaque of appreciation.
Well, my chairman, I must say that when you talk to people that know how to communicate and they know what they are communicating, you are fully satisfied. I thank you very much for a job well done. You mentioned something about people in South Africa being asked to solve a particular problems for their PhD. Immediately you're talking, it reminds me, where is the local, Dr. Moore? It reminds me of what he told me yesterday about his PhD. He actually used periwinkles to form aggregates for sewage treatment. And that was done because it was a local issue in his village, Niger Delta. I immediately talked that, it just came to my mind that, yes, what we need to do is to make what he has done, to make it a national issue, so that this can go on. And what you have asked us to look into is that any solution, in fact, our Aken and Endowment Foundation can sponsor people in that line. And you have opened up another vista for us. You opened the window, but you have opened the door. Thank you, thank you very much. So on behalf of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ESCO, Council, and membership, we thank you for this thought-provoking and very well laid down. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir.
Let's put our hands together for him, please. Let's put our hands together. That's Aken President presenting the plaque of appreciation to our paper presenter, Dr. Lucius Ahamdi Andy Iheme. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, Mr. President, please, you remain standing as you quickly, very, very quickly present the plaque of appreciation to the session chairman, Engineer Fanchima Ogolo. Let's do this quickly. As I've been informed, we are pressed for time, and my job is to make sure that we close before 12 midnight.
Yeah, because Engineer Ogolo is is one of us. He's one of those that normally pushes us when we are wasting time. I will not waste time. We all know that he has done very well. He has controlled the presentation, summarized it. Initially, he said he would not summarize. He ended up summarizing. So we thank you very much, Engineer Fine Ogolo. We call him Executive Secretary Emeritus. So, and he's a great engineer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Engineer Fanchima Ogolo. Please, you may resume your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just joining us online, this is the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, holding today the 21st day of the month of July 2022 at Golden Tulip Hotel. Precisely, we are in the Bonnie Hall, and it's been wonderful. We've had lots of insightful presentation, talks, and a lot of us have been intellectually motivated to think otherwise, to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn as well. Without wasting any bit of our time, we are going to proceed quickly to okay, I've been informed by the chairman of the planning committee for this AGM that for other activities lined up, we are going to respectfully call on Engineer Chief. I want to respectfully do this so that I will not be sued for mispronunciation. Engineer Chief Mark Dasud Derefaka, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, FNICE and JP, the Managing Director of Niger Delta Basin Development Authority, to make his goodwill message. Engineer Chief Mark, please. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes up.
Thank you. My president and all other protocols observed. I think the MC is a little bit lucky that when you're addressing a chief, you have to have 2 rams close to you so that if you make a mistake, you just do that. So without wasting too much time, I have to thank the organizers of this EGM. It's always the same thing. We are all ACEN members, a family. We are a family. We've been in ACEN for so many years, and we know what ACEN is all about. So we don't have to say much, but what we want to say is that we have been hearing lectures and all the things are so good. If you look at Nigeria today, we're just full. We are just already, the capacity for lectures and theories is full. We should go to the other one of the practical side. All the knowledge we are hearing and getting and seeing, they are very good, but how do we put this into practice? That is the only area I have problems with. So many years ago, I was asked to be the project manager also for a small building for Koren. And I bet you that in the construction of that building, all engineering principles were ignored. And it was a Koren building. The one opposite presidential, I think you know that one. All the things that concerns engineering was set aside, and it was done like it was not done by, carried out by engineers. So mine is to tell you that we are really doing well. We've done very, very well. All the things we're talking about, they are good. But how do we put them into practice? That is our problem. And if we're able to do that, I don't think Nigeria will have any problems. The engineers, especially, this is FIDIC. When you hear of FIDIC, FIDIC is international, it's everywhere in the world. And when we talk of, say, we are affiliated, associated with FIDIC, it then means we are really working as FIDIC is doing. But how far are we gone? We have so much, a lot of people that have the knowledge.
One house, please. One house, please.
I think the lecturer is splitting the house, which is okay. You must be lecturing somebody right now. Oga lecturers, I take it easy. So what we are trying to say is this. Let us harness all our theories into practice. We have everything. Definitely, Nigeria, we have everything. At this level, we have everything in theory. We can produce papers, we can do all the things, but let us see how we can at least. If you look at our environment, how is our environment? And we just walk by as consulting engineers, look at even say Port Harcourt City. We've also several times have mentioned to the governors many, many years ago for just the erosion, just the flood control, which will not take us even 2 or 3 hours to design. But they don't even listen to us. Today, you see a lot of structures going on. We just walk by, pass them, and no problem, they didn't consult us, but it is affecting us. And when then can we come together to do something and make impact in the society? We just walk by engineering facilities. In those many years ago, I was asked by the state government at that time, that is during Odele's time, to look at what is happening, what Julius Berger was doing. I was stopped by my fellow engineers. They didn't want me to even operate. I couldn't go to Julius Berger to carry out the functions because Julius Berger was told if this guy comes, he will do so many things that you will not like. However, no, it's true. In those days, if you go to Diop, if you're from Port Harcourt, you know all the drainages and all these are blocked and bad. I did a study and went there on my own. I'll be taking pictures from my car because Julius Berger doesn't want anything. They don't want anybody to see what they're doing. They don't want to see anybody to know that you're checking them. But any report I write and goes to the table of the governor, the next week you see them implement what I've written. So I decided to stop and they didn't pay me. So these are the things we are talking about. Somebody also said, I think our last lecturer said, Julius Berger and all those companies. I was in Kano. We designed dams, Reka. I'm sure some of you will hear what Reka is all about. We've designed dams. Even as a very young engineer, I have designed dams in Kagara. You go to Ogudekpe, that is in Edo State. And all these things. We had a dam in Chalawa Gorge in Kano. Now, this dam today is one of the biggest dams. We, RECA, as an organization, a local, RECA is owned by the state government. We were to carry out that job for 240 million naira, and we still make profit. That was the regime of Babangida. They didn't give us the job. So what local content are we talking about? All of us are indigenous. We are Nigerians. Only very few are foreigners. But we're able to design, send the proposal to the government, and to carry out the job. I was actually one of the project managers at that time, but they refused to give us the job. Now, it's a Nigerian job, Nigerian engineers. But when they awarded the contract to Julius Berger, they gave them for over 600 million. So look at it. We can do it at that time. I'm not talking of now. This is about in the 80s. We could do the job for 240 million naira and make profit. So if you give the job to somebody for 600 million naira, what are you talking about? So he will really, really make profit, is it not? He will buy new equipment. So let us look at ourselves. When we look at what the Nigerian professionals are doing, we are very good, but we are not given the opportunity. You talk of Julius Berger, they give a job to Julius Berger for 1 billion. When they give it to a Nigerian engineer, they give it to him for 100 million. So how is he going to do the job? These are the areas we are not looking. How can they be better than us? All those who are working in Julius Berger, most of them, 60, 70% are Nigerians. So what are we talking about? Then when you look at the contract, you see a job given to Julius Berger for 1 billion, but when it is a Nigerian company, they give it to 100. I bet take 150, it's okay with you. And you go home with it. What can you do? Julius Berger is giving a job. I'm saying it, Julius Berger can come out. They give them a job and they buy new equipment every time. Is it not true? We are seeing it, walk by and see it. I think the lecturer said it, how we front foreign companies. That's what we do. They are not better than us, can never be better than us. But because even my grandmother can be given 600 million naira to do that job, what she needs to do is to take 100 million for herself and then award the contract to RECA for 240 and still make profit. So these are the things we're talking about. We see it every day. We do it every day. We walk past and our young engineers are coming up and say, what is happening? So please, mine is a goodwill listing, but being an ACEN member, it will not be nice for me to say thank you very much for what you have done and continue to be thanking you for what you have not done. So let us try and do things that will bring joy to us. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for our special guest of honor. Sir, you don't have to be in a hurry to go back to your seat. I was very patient when I sat down listening to you, so now patiently stand and hear us. I know you are pressed for time. Yes, I know. I'm so sorry, sir. Yes, please, may I very respectfully invite the presence of our special guest of honor, Engineer Shagaya, ably represented by our immediate past president, Engineer George Chukwulewa Okoroma, to present this citation of appreciation to our guest of honor. Let's put our hands together for our IPP, please.
Engineer Chief Mark Dasut, the Refaka, has been a very, very committed consultant. As a matter of fact, he was the coordinator of the zone many, many years ago, and handed up the leadership to me as the coordinator of the zone, and had been behind me all these years till I became a member of ESCO of ACEN, and then to rise up to the treasurer and the president, and now the immediate past president of ACEN. So I'm so glad today that you have been there always for us, and you also have spent time to come here as a very special guest of honor to this very, very important event today. I therefore, on behalf of the council and ESCO of ACEN, present to you this certificate of honor for the time you have given to us today and the wonderful message we received from you. We are highly encouraged, and we will ensure that we will keep the flag flying. Congratulations.
Let's put our hands together, please. Yes, good posture for photograph for posterity. Thank you very much, Engineer Chief Mark, FNSC, F9 JP. We are very glad to have you. Your Excellencies, of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just joining us online, this is the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting and Seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN, holding today, 21st July 2022, at Golden Tulip Hotel in the most beautiful city in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Garden City of Port Harcourt. I want to appreciate your presence and let you know that in the next 2 seconds, we'll have to go out to launch the exhibition, after which we'll come back and then have your tea break, and then you sit down, and then I will come on stage again and then introduce another speaker, and you will listen, and then we'll go for our lunch break, and you will come back, and then we'll close the event. My job is to make sure that we leave here by 12 midnight. Thank you very much. As we call on the president of ACEN, Engineer Fatai Ajibade Oke, FNSC, to lead the procession for the launching of the exhibition stand. Let's put our hands together for our president. After the president, the special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, OFR, MFR, ably represented by Engineer George Chukulewa Okoroma, the immediate past president of ACEN, will follow. And then our guest of honor, Engineer Chief Mark Derefaka, will follow. And then we also have the honor of the president of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu FNSC FANG, ably represented by Engineer Ibrahim Mai Maje, and all other distinguished guests who are here, members of ACEN, please would follow suit in sequence so that we can launch the exhibition stand, after which you are expected to come in to have your tea break, and then you have your seats, and then I'll come on stage and introduce the next speaker, and you will listen, and we'll continue the discussion. Do have a wonderful exhibition experience, and bon appetit in your tea break. Thank you. DJ, you can give us some music on the ground while we file out. Everybody is supposed to go out, please. Everybody is supposed to go out for the launching of the exhibition stands that we have. Can we have some music, please? All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, proud engineers, everybody here seated, those joining us online, I want to welcome every one of us back to the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting and Seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN, holding today, 21st July 2022, at Golden Tulip Hotel in the beautiful garden city of Port Harcourt. So far, we've made a lot of progress in our gathering. We've had lots of insightful presentations, lots of discussions, and we are just returning from the exhibition and also tea break. Without wasting any bit of our time, we are going to use few minutes. We are going to use few minutes to take goodwill messages from professional bodies here and representatives of sister association. And to do that, or to open the floor for that is the president of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, FNSC FANG, ably represented by Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje, FNSC. Would like to welcome him on stage to give his goodwill message on behalf of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN. Let us put our hands together for Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir.
As you are aware, I'm here to represent the president of Korean. I was called day before yesterday that unfortunately the president will not be able to attend because the EGM coincides most of the time with other activities of NSC. And one of his requests is that ICANN should try in as much as possible to be coordinating with other organizations' calendar. There was NSC council meeting yesterday, which he is a member, so he could not make it. He also asked me to remind ICANN of the responsibilities. I think the last speaker or the special guest of honor mentioned something of importance. That is, our training so far has not been targeted towards the actual field requirements. The Korean, after the establishment of the Act, the 2018 Act, one of its mandate is to orient the educational training of our universities. And now what is called OBE, out-based education, is introduced into the university. And as you said, the institution, the industrialists, the manufacturers, the communities are all going to be involved in training of our youth. So we assure, unfortunately he has left here, but Korean is doing something in that regard. Also, in relation to our topic for the EGM, local content, as stated by the keynote speaker, can only be successful if our people compete in. And the only way we compete in is, let's start from home. We're midst of consultants here. As it is now, there is no standard fee charges in Nigeria. It depends on whom you know, how you go, that's how you get your fees. But Korean has established or has set up a committee chaired by Engineer Emeka Eze now to make sure that they have produced, ICANN has produced one in 2014, and it was signed in 2015 by Korean. But the problem we realized was it did not carry along the people that are going to implement these things. So it was not accepted. But the current trend now is what Korean is trying to do is to bring in most of the NDS that have majority of use of the consultant to be part of the process. What we are going to draft and get is going to be accepted by the MDS themselves. So that if we come to a ministry, they cannot say, no, this is too high, we don't know it, because they were part and parcel of those that created it. It's not easy, but really Nigerian engineers are in a very bad situation. You find they bring a welder from abroad, you sit and stand as an engineer. You find it's the Nigerian engineer that is training him actually, but he is getting 100 times payment. And Korean is sending its goodwill to ICANN, and that as the engine room of the engineering profession, we are in support of whatever we do. We wish you the best, and we pray for a successful workshop and EGM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Korean, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, ably represented by Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje, FNSC. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing in our celebration and in our meeting. I want to very respectfully invite our special guest of honor, Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, distinguished special guest of honor. I beg your pardon, Engineer Y.O. Shagaya, FNS, CFA, OFR, MFR, ably represented by our immediate past president, Engineer George Chukulewa Okoroma, FNSC, Nice, Nite. The F is plenty for everybody, and want to ask him to give the goodwill message on behalf of our distinguished guest of honor.
Distinguished family members, I welcome you to this extraordinary general meeting of our association holding here today at the Golden Tulip in Port Harcourt. I stand on behalf of Engineer Yusuf Olariwaju Shagaya, FNSC, FANG, MFR, OFR, the MD and CEO of Yola Consultants, who is the distinguished special guest of honor in this occasion. He called me and requested that I should stand in for him. And I imagine that I don't have the capacity to stand on his shoes because he has a very big shoes that I cannot be able to wear. However, he said, you are the only person that can do it for me here in Port Harcourt. And so the message from him is that he's highly elated and happy that Aken is growing and making great progress. A progress in so many ways that all throughout the period of COVID-19, from 2019 through 2020 to today, Aken has lived up to expectation. We had all our programs well carried out, executed properly. We have, and more especially for the zone, which is the zone 6 of Aken here in Port Harcourt. All consultant engineers in the south, and southeast of our country have made a very good effort to ensure that all activities relating to Aken is well upheld. I can recall that we started having our EGM in 2019. We had one in 2021. And this year, we're also having our EGM in Port Harcourt. He is happy because that shows that Aken is growing, that Aken is not only an organization that is domiciled in Lagos, but that is in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, in Kano, in Katsina, I understand recently, that, and Enugu and other places. I Maiduguri, in fact, as a matter of fact, he told me that Aken had the business evening in Maiduguri just recently, and the president and the MD and other ESCO members were in Maiduguri for that business evening. And so he's so happy that as a past president of Aken, many years ago, when the organization was, our other association was a very small association, that today, if you recall that last year we marked our 50th anniversary, that Aken is becoming a national organization growing everywhere in all the zones. And he's probably very happy with the topic that we have chosen for the conference, which is sustaining high local content in development of Nigerians' infrastructure. In fact, he is of the opinion that while we are even looking at sustaining high local content, he's of the opinion that we should even have total content, local content in Nigeria. What does that mean? that we should not just be looking at getting it high, but having a total control so that we will be the one that will be in the lead of all activities that have to do with consulting in Nigeria. And he's very happy with the federal government of Nigeria, starting from the Nigerian Content Act of 2010 and that of the Presidential Order 5 of 2018. So his message to all consultant engineers, if you know that the company is one of the most reputable organizations in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Yola Consult is the only company that has the highest number of consultant engineers. I think they have over 150 staff who are fully registered engineers. Most of our firms, and one of the messages he has also sent across to us is that Yola Consult has grown to be a big organization. He's asking us as small firms that we should try and see how we can come together to form a formidable organizations in consulting areas. The president of Korea has just mentioned about the EcoPress, which had been a challenge to us, the scale of fees that we use for our consulting. We're happy that Korean is actually working on it. And hopefully, the whole essence was that when we had the EcoPress, it was actually something that came between, was established between Korean and Aken, but we did not take into consideration the stakeholders, the ministries and departments of government. Now that we are doing a review, in fact, I coincidentally happen to be a member, and I'm speaking as Sani Abacha now, a member of that committee, and I know that we have gotten all stakeholders, both in the government agencies, MDAs, and all of them coming together to make inputs, including Standard Organization of Nigeria. So we're hoping that this document, when it is fully implemented, will be of value to the growth of consulting engineering in Nigeria. And so as one of the prime consultants in this country, Engineer Shagaya is saying that he is looking forward for consulting engineers to form formidable organizations that can match the foreign firms so that the issue of Nigerian content will be brought to the fore. Because you can't be talking about Nigerian content when you don't have the capacity. So when you have the number, and you have the equipment, and you have the skills, and you have what it takes to be able to match the foreign firms, I think we are going to go a long way. So he is very happy with this conference that is taking place in Port Harcourt, and wish all of you who have come to Port Harcourt, wish you well in all your endeavors, hoping that as we progress in our nation, that all of you will play very critical roles in ensuring that consulting is taken to the pinnacle in our nation. And also encouraging Aken to ensure that we're good at it. I understand Aken has a School of Engineering, which is one way of building capacity. And it's asking Aken to sustain that outfit, which of course is in line with the global practice. Today, FIDIC International have FIDIC Academy. I'm sure some of you, if you go online, you hear about the FIDIC Academy. So I think it's in line with the School of Engineering in Aken. So the essence is that we need to build capacity to be able to take responsibility and also to be able to ensure that when we talk about Nigerian content, we should have totality of the content. And I wish you all a wonderful deliberation. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for our distinguished special guest of honor. Please, sir, you will not have to be in a hurry to go back to your seats. You respectfully ask that you come forward. It is not an easy thing for us to bring you down all the way from Ilorin. You are highly respected engineer, designer of Ilorin. It's not easy. And we want to invite the president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Fatai Ajibati Oke, FNSC, to present this certificate of appreciation to you.
My distinguished guest of honors, my hands are shaking because this is the guy that teaches me how to speak. Now I have to speak to him. Anyway, thank God I'm not speaking to him as a person. I'm speaking to him, speaking to somebody through him. Now, you are representing Engineer Larry Shagaya. And I must say that even as a person, you are somebody I would have wished to present a plaque to. So, but be as it is, on behalf of all of us, I will talk first of the chairman of the organizing committee and all members of the committee and everybody that is here present. I want to send you a message that please deliver this to Engineer Larry Shagaya. I know most of the things that was said are actually yours because you are passionate about what you are saying. And you have told me so many things about them before, but you are representing Larry Shagaya. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, sir. I'm grateful. Thanks. Right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our tea break. I want to believe you had a very sumptuous meal, right? Tomorrow morning. Okay, DHL will bring yours to your office. Okay, Engineer Fanchi Maugulu will take that as a special request and make sure that the chairman of the 2022 EGM committee facilitates the delivery of your breakfast to your office tomorrow morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are making progress. If you look at your program, you see that we have paper 2 on the topic, the effect of local content in sustaining the growth of Nigeria's economy. And this session is going to be chaired by the Vice President of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Buka Kanselem, FNSC. He is going to guide us on how to deliberate on this. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes on stage. Engineer Buka Kanselem. The session is slated to last for 20 minutes or thereabout. I will plead with our Vice President to take 15 minutes so that we can close on time. My job today is to make sure that before 12 midnight, you are safe in your homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, MC. For the ones of time, I will, as much as possible, try to avoid too long protocols, but all the same, I will do the basic. I wish to recognize the presence of my president, Engineer OK. Then the immediate past chairman, the past president of the association, Engineer Okoroma, our special guest of honor, ably represented by my senior brother, Engineer Maimaje, the MD of our great association, and other council member here present, and my fellow membership, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am quite honored and privileged that I was given this responsibility, which without the fear of sounding simplistic, but to me it's a great honor for being able to coordinate the session being anchored by, given by the paper being presented by a senior professional colleague who is about more than a decade older than me. Engineer Maimaje, who has seen it all. He was in the public service for quite a number of years. And then eventually also delved into the private sector where we are starting to get a lot of this. We can is a lot of experience. May I, with your permission, invite our speaker for today, Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje, FNSC, who is a principal partner of Global Ecological Consultant Nigeria Limited, to come forward while details of his profile in form of his citation will be given by the master of the ceremony. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Vice President Engineer Abuka Kanselem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor for me to read the citation of our second paper presenter for today. I'd like every one of us to please be very orderly and listen attentively. For those who are joining us online, this is the citation of our second guest speaker for today. He was born on the 22nd of July, 1959 at Castina town and attended primary school at 3 different towns where his father was transferred to as an area court judge. Second keynote speaker for today, later attended Government College Kaduna and completed his West African School Certificate in 1977. He was admitted at Katsina College of Arts and Science and Technology, Zaria, for his IJMB examination and completed it in 1980. He obtained his BEng, Agricultural Engineering, from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in 1984. He started his working career at Hassan Usman Katsina Polytechnic, Katsina, as an assistant lecturer after the National Youth Service Corps at Upper Benue River Basin Development Authority, Gasol Farm, from 1986 to 1989. He then moved his services to Katsina State Agricultural and Rural Development Authority, World Bank assisted, in 1989 to 1995, where he rose to the position of Director, Water Development, in charge of irrigation and rural water supply of the authority. Our keynote speaker for today also served as the Fadama Development UNDP consultant under the Katsina State Agricultural and Community Development Project, IFAD, in 1995. In 1996, our speaker for today left the service of the government and entered the consultancy business. He established Ecological Consultant as a business name in 1996, which later was converted into a private firm as Global Ecological Consultants Nigeria Limited in 2011. Some of the projects undertaken by Ecological and Global Ecological Consultants include supervision of PTF projects such as Kaduna Township Roads, Kaduna Azari Road, Kwana Babadu to Bauchi Road, and Katsina State Rural Water Supply projects. Other projects are the Ecological Fund projects at various locations such as Azari Erosion Control Project in Bauchi State, Nkede Erosion Control Project in Imo State, Zuru Erosion Control Project in Kebbi State. There are lots, but permit me to hasten up to where I have my interest. Some of the corporate responsibilities undertaken by speaker for today. Number one is that he sponsored 4 free eye surgeries at Castina or in Castina in 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010, where more than 2,000 patients with cataracts regained their sight. I think it's worthy of applause for this. Our speaker for today constructed over 15 hand pump operated borehole free of charge and 2 solar powered borehole with overhead tank to different communities. He has also awarded scholarships to 3-month scholarship to a 3 months computer training to best JSS and SSS students in mathematics of Mayamo Ajiri International School from 2003 to date, and Government Science Secondary School, Badagwara, 2010. Our speaker for today is a fellow and member of several distinguished organizations. Number one is that he is a registered engineer with registration number. I won't tell you that. He's also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's a fellow Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers, He's a fellow Institute of Management. He's also a fellow of the National Association of Technologies in Engineering. He's a fellow Institution of Management Consultants, and also he's happily married with children and grandchildren. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our special keynote speaker for today, Engineer Ibrahim Abdullahi Maimaje, FNSC.
Thank you. Just before I give him the floor, I would like to introduce the specific topic for paper 2. Various speakers, and particularly the keynote speaker, have paved the ways for us for this session. And particularly, I would like us to ponder on most especially the 2 key resources that mentioned by the keynote speaker in terms of the Executive Order 5, and then also the local content document, although it's meant for, specifically is for the oil and gas, but can give us a lot of insight. And then the other one that is most important that was mentioned by my senior colleague, Engineer Ogolo, that's the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan. All of these things we are talking about, they are there. And I'm so passionate that I'm part of this history making and also important topic that we're going to talk about, which we have been talking about. So, and although I would like my session presenter to tell us a lot, expected to hear a lot from him in terms of scorecard as how far we have come since we are talking about impact or the effect, particularly for this session. And I know the future is bright. According to the master plan, the future is bright. There is estimated that about $2.9 trillion will be invested. As a developing country, you know, we have huge infrastructural gap, and then Nigeria will going to invest about, it's estimated to invest about $2.9 trillion. And annually, that is about $150 billion. So which, if you translate it into Naira, it will be about 500 trillion Naira. So there is huge opportunity for us. And then this is an apt and very interesting topic, especially as professionals, for us to sit down and listen while my senior brother who has this vast experience in both private sector and the public sector will be able to dwell and take us through our, our achievements so far in terms of, leveraging on these documents, and then also to look into the future where we can be able to benefit more. Here I wish to invite Engineer Ibrahim Maimaje to, can you sit or you want to stand? Okay. Okay, so you have the floor now, sir.
Thank you. Well, my chair, the president of ICANN, special guest of honor, I have a small slides of about 15 pages, but I'm so lucky. I think I'm the luckiest of this group today. First, I had the keynote speaker that has done my paper already. Second, the pressman that, as usual, I think he might have seen my paper that he went around and did something. So I think I had been given 10 minutes or so. But I'll tell you, there was a time we were having a meeting with Engineer Kashim Ali, and he was to talk in Kano, last listing of IK Inua. That he said, those of them that have this just cult, what do they call it? NIMS, Member Nigeria Institute, their own training is if they are given 10 minutes to talk, they will talk for exactly 10 minutes. For information, I'm not a NIM member. So you have given me 10 minutes, I'm going to use 5 minutes. As I said, most of what I'm going to say, actually, my paper is supposed to be impact of local content on economy of the country or economic growth. So my paper, what I did was I had a small outlay. I have the introduction. Then I did define some of these terms: economy, economic growth, economic development. Then I define local contents, what it means, its work, its requirement, its plan, the policy, importance, strategy, and benefits. And you agree with me, both the speakers talk on all these issues. So I thought of what should be the role of government, private sector, citizens, and the professional bodies toward the development of the local content. Then I made recommendations and conclusions. So my chairman, I'm not going to give you a scorecard of saying this is the percentage of the pass or failure of this. What I do in my conclusion and recommendation, I think I should address our issue, not to go into academics. The university lecturer has done that because he is used to giving this thing, but I am a professional. I don't like wasting time. I don't like talking too much. So please, next slide. This is what I've just discussed, what the outlook of the paper will look like. Then my introduction is just to give us a little history. We know our country before the so-called technology, we were able to feed ourselves, build houses for ourselves, build clothes for ourselves without depending on the foreign destined for rice, flour, as we are now. Next. Now, with this at the background, when we depend solely on foreigners, how can we develop? Yesterday, we had to leave Abuja by 3. Our flight was rescheduled to 8:45, from 8:45 to 11. Now, if I am coming for a job here that I have to sign an agreement by 4:30 or 5, I would have missed it. So this is the problem of our destiny. We are saying local content, let us improve on what we have. Agreed, we have, but then as the special guest of honor said, we need to check and make sure that what we do is the right thing. Now, with this, again, this background, I said the Executive Order 5 was signed by the President so that we ensure that our country utilizes its material and human resources in developing our own economy. Now, the economy, the definition of engineer may imagine, not the definition of economy of the economist, is a consist of the economic system of a country such as the labor, capital, land resources, and economic agents that socially participate in the production, exchange, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. Economic growth, that is the capacity to increase the economy to satisfy the wants of goods and services of members of the society. It is enabled by increased productivity, which lowers the inputs, that is the labor, capital, material, energy. Growth is concerned with the long-run trend in production due to basic causes such as infrastructure. If you understand, if you have understood the paper of the first presenter, you find that what we are all talking about is the same thing, is the industrialization, and at the end of the day, the main utilization of our resources to get the services that we require, that is the goods and services. Economic development is the increase of standard of living. Low income from a low-income economy to a modern high-income. It typically involves improvement in a variety of indicators such as literacy rate, life expectancy, and poverty rate. This can only be done by the engineers to increase our life expectancy and rate, because at the end of the day, as stated by my learned professor, the most important are the social infrastructure and structural. And the social is what you cannot see. And but that is the most important one, health and education. And it is our people that can provide these things for us. Now the difficult one, the local content. It is of different meaning and definitions and understanding. But basically, it is to utilize what you have for producing for the maximum utilization of the input that you have. So I will not waste our time on these definitions because they have been done by my two learned colleagues. But importantly is the role. What should the government, the private sector, the citizens, and the professional bodies do? Now, government, I will merge government, private sector, and citizens in one go so that we finish before the 5 minutes. Government is supposed to provide the enabling environment that you work. Now, what we should be asking is let these three things, the government, the private sector, and the citizens, use Nigerians in goods and services production against the foreigners. Two, somebody was talking about, I think it's my learned friend, that we are used to foreign food that we don't want to, but we have to. From his statistics and analysis that if you are in China, even the goalkeeper must be a Chinese. He didn't know of Dubai. You can see all the palaver that is happening in economic distance in Dubai. Even if you are going to sell tea in Dubai, you must have an indigent of the country to partner with you. You cannot be registered. But in Nigeria, my brother was in Port Harcourt as a worker in the LMA petrochemical at that time. But he said they were to train, and the people that they were brought are foreigners, and they are welders. They don't even know what it means. It is our Nigerian engineers that are telling them what to do, and they write report every day, every Friday, and send to their office. The report that has been written by our Nigerian engineers. So I think we need to use Nigerians, and we must use made in Nigeria goods and services. I agree government must do all this, but I feel the most important is the role we, the professionals, have to play. Because the government has given the executive order number 5. We have to use it, leverage on it, and make sure that we benefit from that. So the role of professionals, Koren, the regulator, NSC, the umbrella of all engineering. I call it the engine room because it's here that we do most of the work that the engineering does. And other professional bodies should ensure that Nigerian engineers are given preference in engineering consultancy, training, and employment. If these three will stand on their feet and make sure that we get that, I assure you, China will not be very far away from us. So to make it short, I made 4 recommendations. 1, ICANN should engage government, ministries, departments and agencies, and private sector to ensure that local content policy is fully implemented. 2, ICANN should provide more opportunities for training. We are doing our best, but we should do more. Because if we are not trained, we cannot compete with others. 3, Korean, NSC, ICANN, and other professional bodies should ensure that Nigerian engineers are given reference in consultancy, training, and employment. Just recently, I said, as the IPP said, we are trying to make this equipace thing for Nigerian engineering consulting firms. It was brought to our notice that the mining something have gotten their own signed by the Federal Executive Council. And they stated everything from cleaner up to the highest level you can think of. But in all the engineering, we don't have that. Our problem is we want to be one while we are not one. If you take civil engineering, you have structural, transportation, roads, this, that. Engineer Emeka is the chairman of our Korean Ecoface. He said when he was in BPP, when he calls for a meeting of stakeholders, engineers, NSC will come one, but the building architects will come, quantity surveyors will come, land surveyors will come, this marketing consultant that sells your houses will come. So you have 7 different people fighting one engineer. So the next time he said, okay, when they are coming for a meeting, he asked, okay, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, send representative. Nigerian Institution of Agric Engineers, send. He had 7 different districts. So this is the point. We don't say that we should not, we should specialize. And if what we are trying to do in foreign is, we are going to make the Ecoface for all the consultants, but sector by sector. So if you are in civil, you will be treated civil, and you can easily pick what is your dues. So we should, for us, the professional bodies, make sure that we defend the interests of our people. One other thing, the number 4 is NSC should engage the Nigerian Immigration Services to ensure that expatriate quota policy is observed. As the professor says, our people will go and sell off. You find a Nigerian going to a foreigner, giving him his name, using him, he will end up getting nuts while he packed the other thing. So we should make sure that this expatriate quota policy is fairly and strictly observed. My conclusion is engineers, engineering association, professional engineering regulators have an opportunity to advance the profession and the economy if they work in harmony. If we work in harmony, as the father of the day says, that we should be, I know ICANN for the last 10 years, we have been trying to form a mega consultancy, but it's not happening. So we should work in harmony and engage government and private sector in local content policy implementation. Please just show the last 2 slides. This next one with the Baba. Now we need, according to this man, $1.5 trillion to close infrastructure deficit in 10 years. That is the Baba of Nigeria. Go to Baba of the bank. This man says Nigeria needs 35 trillion yearly to close infrastructure. So I left the decision to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No. Yeah. Can we? Yes, you will still stay around for possible. This is the time where we can take some questions. I believe the timekeepers, I didn't keep my own, but I believe we still have like 5 minutes. So if there are questions to our speaker, you can sit here. Okay. Yes. So, okay.
Okay. Sorry, Engineer Fancy Ogolo.
Sorry, my president, I thought you could have spoken for, but since now given to me, I just want to seize this opportunity to contribute through points to this wonderful paper that has been given. I know that I was in a team that was set up by Aken and Koren to propose means to improve participation of our consultants and professionals, especially in our projects, which is some sort of local content. So there are 2 points we raised in that suggestions and contributions to them. One of them is that the rules we make seem sometimes to contradict themselves. And therefore, years will go and we do not achieve what we want to achieve. One of them is, for example, I'm talking of BPP now. There are some regulations that when you do not have some skills, you should do a joint venture. That's wonderful. But in going to do the joint venture again, I don't know who influenced them. They again insist that each member of that joint venture should have everything, when ideally you should complement yourselves. So if you are in any field and you've virtually gotten everything, but there's a special skill they are looking for in either cleaning of the environment or something, and some group that are specialized in that field, you just bring them up. They now insist that group must go through the task clearance, PENCOM and everything, and it defeats that thing you want to achieve. So we must include in our recommendation that to promote local content, where we have joint venture, we should integrate the things that the two sides are bringing, instead of insisting that each one should have everything. That is one of the ways that we seem to be fighting against what we want to achieve. Number two, too, is we know this country. If I'm minister of anything tomorrow, my brother can come, whether he's an engineer or not. He could use my name and get a job. And the job may even be up to $1 million, which when you convert now, it's already more than $500 million naira. Then when you now insist that there is that percentage something that will make somebody to be in the highest group D or anything, you defeat the purpose. So we recommended to, as an alternative to this high amount, you should also use experience. Since I graduated since 1975, for example, and I've been practicing since then, I believe I have over 40-something years experience. So you should balance that if I have 10 billion naira job or more, or in dollars, with my years of experience to also be in that group D or category D. So that when you are grouping this thing, you do not discredit your own people. Because we are not the Julius Beggars. You saw the example given by our MD of Niger Delta Basin, where they quoted some things. They quoted 28 million something, and they still gave to people that quoted 600 and something. So to fight against that, you should equate experience to also the money value of these things. So these two should be included to use and promote local content of professionals.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Engineer Sam Otenaike.
Yes, Sam.
Just one sec. Engineer Sam Otenaike. I remember he was the chairman of the EGM or AGM that held in Abuja the other time. Happy to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. I just want to ride on what Engineer Ogolo has said. and also to make a recommendation. What Engineer Maimaje has said is, you can't contest it. On the issue of breaking down looking into the various, not just say engineering, because engineering you can, even if you take structure, is it highway, you can break them down. But my point is this executive order number 5, is it profiting engineers? Is it profiting consulting engineers? We should think about it. Now, the very last point you made, which threw some light on what I want to talk about. Who draws the qualification requirements for tender in MDAs? It's not engineers. They are the procurement department. Procurement now is not headed by engineers. They are headed by procurement specialists. So the question Engineer Ogolo brought out comes to light. They are saying, oh, to do a job of 10 billion, you must have done similar jobs in the past. They don't care about the experience. It's there, they say 30 years, but they don't look at that because they are not the engineers. What concerns them is the commercial aspect. So those are things we need to look into. Then on the issue of the local content, the bill itself, in this country today, even if you are the best lawyer in the world, you can never practice law in Nigeria. You can never. If you have a case in Nigeria, you will apply to the Attorney General for that particular case to make a representation. You will apply to the Attorney General of Nigeria to make a representation. But today, we have the Julius Bergers and all the foreign companies. Because they are registered in Nigeria by CAC, what happens? All the engineers write current exam and they get current license. How porous and stupid we are. I'm sorry to say. So these are the issues. So they come in, push you aside. You are the engineer. I say I'm a fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers, which is supposed to be equivalent to SAN. But as an SAN, when they go to Nigerian court, if 1,000 lawyers are there, they will take the case of the SAN. Nigerian Society of Engineers. What's the benefit? What is the benefit? You also talked about the fact that an engineer, if his brother is a minister, whether he graduated yesterday, I can give you cases upon cases upon cases of people who have no experience and all they have is the political clout and they give them big jobs. They don't have experience to back it up. How can we close such loopholes? So these are, germane issues that we really need to look at. Otherwise, our coming together is just a jamboree. Every year we must do EGM. Please,
Thank you.
Please, sir. Please, Mr. Chairman. We must, these are issues, salient issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Engineer Sam Motenaike
Sorry, I
will
don't
be
know.
going to represent Aken in the House of Representatives very soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I just want to make a little comment, riding on the existing conversation we're having already. In terms of qualifications and evaluations for participation of engineers and firms. I've had this idea over time, which I think I want to mention here, so that the people in the team working out the details will take it on board. Experience dwells with individuals, not with company. Experience dwells with individuals and not with company. And so we must pay serious attention in the evaluation of the individuals, of the team that are applying for the job, rather than the experience of the company. The reason is this: a company can have the best of engineers today and build history, and the engineers have all walked away, and they still have the name with the history, and have new engineers without experience. And you are evaluating them based on the experience of people who have left the place, and you consider them fine. Whereas very experienced engineer who just started today with all his experience is renegated to the background. So evaluation should emphasize on the personnel experience rather than on the corporate experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, yes. I've been wanting to give the microphone to Engineer Mrs. Ateke because I've not had
MC,
woman. Yes,
I
sir.
think we have a chairman.
Oh, chairman, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Her hand is up. Please consider her for gender equality. Thank you. Ma'am. Yes, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I so enjoyed today's presentation by Aken. Most respectfully, I recognize all the personalities that are here, the senior engineers. I just want to trade on a little bit on procurement. Procurement stroke engineers. Procurement actually is a process to be followed. And they have specific functions to carry out. That's why they have to go for special training. But if you look at what is currently happening is that they're actually taking over the engineering aspect of it. That is, first of all, they have to have evaluations. And these evaluations, depending the field, is meant to be evaluated by engineers. And when it's evaluated by engineers, they will pick it up, transform into either the BEME or bill of quantity as you may apply. But somehow, we find out in reality is that the engineers become irrelevant at certain points. They try to build in engineers into the procurement in some organizations, into the procurement section, and make the very experienced engineers irrelevant. And this is one of the key areas we got to look into, because somebody who is an engineer is becoming irrelevant in his field and using less experienced people to produce documents for bidding, opening. In the real sense of it, if we can agree that every bid, opening, and analysis should be done by the engineers because they don't have the technical know-how to evaluate certain aspects of it. And this is, I'm just treading on what you've just said. And this is an area that we really, really have to look into. I know I use the opportunity to also tread on training. R&D. The R&D aspect is very key. Development is very key to even Aken on all the engineering field. When you talk about R&D, there's so much to eat to R&D. So I appreciate all that we've spoken. The last speaker, the one on ground, you've done very well. You eventually summarize all that we've learned today. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we're going to get some questions because the 3 or 4 people that have spoken, it's more of comments and input. So which are very also vital, but let's hear from the doctor. If it's a question or another comment.
Yes, another comment, sorry. Please, I want to talk about the engineering curriculum which I think forms the foundation of what we're saying. Engineers need a lot of courses on marketing because sometimes you will realize that the marketing of a product is even more difficult than the product itself, than the production itself. You have found out that very qualified engineers like my brother's side have not been able to market themselves properly. And so what you have is that these foreign companies who understand what we call branding, they have so well branded themselves that they stand for integrity, they stand for quality, such that even if you have the worst of engineers working for them, the name Julius Berger means integrity, it means quality, irrespective of who is working for them. So marketing is very critical. And when you market, it tells you how to present yourself, right from the proposal writing, and even the way you dress to go and pitch for your work. All has to do with branding. I have discovered that sometimes when you cut cost in Nigeria as an entry point into business, in Nigeria, low cost means low quality. Why high cost to some people means good quality. If you understand your market, you know whether to enter with the pricing strategy or whether to enter. Toyota was doing well supplying the middle class until Mercedes left the high class and went and did that small Concoro Mercedes. I don't know what they call it, baby Benz or whatever. Toyota felt challenged and came up with Lexus to challenge Mercedes at the top. So this is all marketing. And I think your engineering curriculum needs to do something about that. Not just teach people engineering, teach them some bit of marketing, because when you graduate, you find out a lot of the things you do is how do you market, how do you pitch for jobs, how do you network, and all the rest of them. Very critical. Thank you.
I will urge our young ones to ask questions. Now, I think I will close the door for these elders. Young ones, if you can ask questions, otherwise we close. I'll allow, before I allow the speaker to say something on the comments. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't hear any question. Okay, Mr. Presenter, can you?
I think there's not much to say, that only one thing. Let us talk to ourselves the truth. Let us not start thinking of somebody's fault, but our own. Initially, when DPP was created, an engineer was made the DG. But the other professions went around fighting until now they have removed and put a quantity surveyor. So it's our fault. When you go to a ministry, you meet an engineer in his office with 101 brochures of another companies, not minding the actual person that will work. The issue of analysis by procurement specialists, whether we like it or not, if you are building a high-rise structure, you must have a structural engineer. So let it be done by the Holy Quran teacher to do the evaluation, but you must have a structural engineer to do the design. So let us stand on our own, fight for our position, not to think of somebody. If we are right with ourselves, if we are true with ourselves, if we are clean with ourselves, then we'll have peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, you can.
I want to thank the last speaker, and I wouldn't want him to sit down until I have said, or to go to his seat until I have said what I want to say. I want to thank you very immensely. No, you can be. Thank you very immensely. You've done very well. I need to say this, and I'm saying this from sense of responsibility and my participation in this profession in some other lands. What I have seen here is that we're not creative enough. We're not creative enough. We're not also partnering enough, especially with institutions and government. I'm a fellow of American Society of Civil Engineers, and I'm a committee member of the Future Towns of America for 2050 to 2070. What is this Future Towns all about? They want to leave the land and live in the sea. They want to build Port Harcourt in the sea. I'm not telling you what is not true. I'm a member of one of the subcommittees. And my chairman is an engineer from India. In October, we are going to talk about the assignments given to each and every one of us. It is not powered by government. It is not a government problem. It's not a government initiative. It's the American Society of Engineers initiative. We have seen the simulation. I have seen the simulation in my eyes. I was thinking it's going to be something like Venice, where Venice is standing on a prop. But they say no. There's going to be airports. There's going to be agriculture. There'll be this building, this hotel will stand on the sea. With what? And my assignment, and my committee assignment, is to go and think the type of life those people will live. 2050 to 2070. You can see where these people are coming. So we should be able, as Nigerian engineers, to come up with something. It may look like abstract, but let us be thinking. Government will see it, and now, instead of us going to government, government will now come to us. That's how these people develop. So being creative and partnering, we can look at a government big problem. This country has a lot of problems. I say Nigerian engineers, we are taking off this one from you. And we'll think about it and we'll give it the solution that it deserves. When we do this, we will not, they won't be the one running, we won't be the one running to them. They will be the ones coming to us. Our training is also very important, just like someone said here. Today at the international forum, the type of bill of quantities we make, they are not making that one again. The pricing has completely changed. I told you about ECOWAS job we did. So about $6.1 million. The pricing is different. And the methodology is completely different from what we are doing. So we also need to train and retrain ourselves to be able to meet those particular standards. I just feel I should make these few points.
Thank you.
So that we can look at it.
Thank you very much. I just want to say this before we close, that instead of sitting down here lamenting, and this is a trend normally in all our functions, engineers will be, talking about the problems. It's easy always to say something about what you are facing in terms of problem, but just as rightly said by the speaker and engineer just now, the mindset should be, being proactive, getting involved, be creative to solve the issues. And we always have that opportunity. Nobody will deny of that opportunity. Instead of talking about the problem, now think of the solution. It may not be a straight one, but at least you'll be there. So just in response to assist and buttress what the speaker said, like the issue of the procurement in terms of, in JB, where Engineer Ogolo was saying that in trying to qualify the two or the different companies that come together for all of them to have the qualification requirement. What I normally, and how it should be, is that in terms of eligibility requirement, all the companies must have that. There should be certain categories of criteria that will be tagged as eligibility, basic eligibility like CSC, those basic one, task clearance and all that. But in terms of additional requirement, then it shouldn't be, as you are saying, that has to be going, the different companies must be complementing each other. Then in the issue of, the doctor was saying, marketing and branding. We have engineer entrepreneurship. We have it as a courses in our academia, and even NSC, MCP, I know, continuous education. We have something like that, engineering entrepreneurship. And that is where we are talking about marketing and branding of our products and services to be able to win. And so the key thing that was talked about my brother was in terms of ACEN, all those recommendations, among them that Most important is the issue of the collaboration to form bigger companies, and also specifically to engage the immigration services as to ensure expatriate quota. And these few notes and comments, I would like to bring the session to close. Thank you very much for your audience.
Please, let's put our hands together for our Vice President, Engineer Buka Kanselem Alhaji. You've done excellently well. We want to thank you, and also to thank the second paper presenter for today. Distinguished engineers, those who are joining us online, I want to believe you've learned a whole lot. You've been challenged mentally, psychologically, and otherwise, and you are living here better off than you were when you came in. And that is the essence of gatherings like this, so that we can spur each other to action, so that you can go home and think otherwise. As an engineer, look at the area of marketing, look at the area of effective communication, look at the area of branding. All of these things put together will give you the leverage when you have to compete with your counterpart in any sphere of life. Let us put our hands together once again for our resource person. I'd like to call on the president of AKEN, Engineer Ajibade Fatai, okay, FNSC, to quickly present this plaque of citation. Alhaji Buka Kanselem, please don't go yet. Yes, so please, the president to present the citation of appreciation to who is wearing 3 caps today. The first cap is that he is the representative of the president of Koren, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu. He's also a keynote, a presenter, at the same time, a member of AKEN. Mr. President, sir, would like to do this real quick so we can close before 12 midnight.
My IPP and other council members here present, my vice president, you are sitting down there. Well, let me first of all point out something that we need to appreciate. This gentleman standing by my side had always been a thorn in my flesh. And he's forgotten that I am the president. When he was coming in to talk, he was telling me that I should urge the clapping of hands for him. When he said bless, when you use like this for blessing, I'm a good football watcher. So in watching football, when you do like this, it means clap, clap, clap. But another thing I want to say is that let us, when we are reading the citation, there's one point that we possibly did not take notice of. And that is tomorrow is this gentleman's birthday. So let me, on behalf of all of us here, congratulate you in advance for your birthday. Unfortunately, we cannot stand up and say it's happy birthday because it is not always allowed because the day has not come. But we congratulate you in advance. And again, we noticed with passion the way you presented the paper. You have been, everything has been said according to you. Even the questions, you didn't ask me questions. I don't know where you came from, but somehow you skipped everything. But you gave us the passion that engineers need. We are, in fact, very proud of you. We are proud of the level of knowledge that you know. And like the doctor said, advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. You are part of our advocating. And we hope you also continue to be part of the advocates. We need to do those things we need to do, and you are going to be an arrowhead. So on this, I will say, all of us in here present the council and the EXCO and council, including my immediate past president, who is already yawning. I want to thank you very much for the paper presented. So on behalf of them, I present to you this beautiful flag.
Let's put our hands together, please.
And also to say happy birthday in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Engineer Ibrahim Abdullahi Maimaje, FNSC. Happy 63rd birthday to you in advance. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Mr. President, you'll also quickly present this to your colleague, your right-hand man, who by coincidence is the chairman of this session, and also your vice in the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN.
Well, I have a vice. Who is the only vice I have? Everything I have is a virtue, but I have a vice, and this is my vice. Well, you have done well as usual. You have been committed as usual. And then I look behind me, you are chasing me, and I want you to chase me. So on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you for the beautiful way in which you've handled this session. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Engineer Buka Kanselem, you can have your seat, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, those on site and those online, this is the 2022 Extraordinary General Meeting and Seminar of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN. We have covered a whole lot of space in the course of our gathering since 9 a.m. when we started. I want to quickly take this time to appreciate the following persons whose name may not have been mentioned in the course of our presentation. They are serving as rapporteur in this event. They are Engineer Dr. Ona Upata, FNSC, Engineer Anthony Osita Umugbo, FNSC, Engineer John Okodia, FNSC, Engineer Francis Oriaki, FNSC. I also want to thank Engineer Dr. All the engineers here seated. I want to say thank you to every one of you for joining us. Having said that, I'm going to hand over the microphone to the MD of ACEN for him to direct us. As I told you earlier on, my job is to make sure that we leave here before 12 midnight. And while the MD is having a tete-a-tete with the chairman, I've been asked to inform us that this particular material titled PR Tubos is available for sale, 3,000 naira. The book is authored by our first plenary session presenter, that is Dr. I want to add engineer, perhaps by virtue. Confirm. That is engineer by reputation, Andy Dr. Iheme is the author of this book, and the book is wonderful. If you listen to the way he presented his paper today, it's wonderful. Communication skill, excellent, and everybody has been wonderful. I was captivated by his presentation skills, and it shows that this person is not just a public relation expert by words, but by timber, caliber, sawdust, and plywood. Thank you very much. This book is available. Please get your copy. Get your own copy. It's 3,000 naira. As the MC of today's occasion, he has cheerfully given me this. So this is my own copy. I believe this is my own copy. All right. Thank you very much. MD, over to you. Guide us on how to move.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. MC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time to appreciate you for your time. And before we bring this event to a close, we would like to appreciate the chairman and the members of the planning committee for job well done. And just before that, as the managing director, I must specially recognize the few members. Not for any reason, but we've observed that persistently they travel from Lagos to Harcourt. At least I've witnessed since 2019. Engineer Victor Oyenuga. We appreciate you. Yes, Engineer Dr. Victor Oyenuga. Engineer Sam Otenaike. He was zonal coordinator of Aken Zone 3. He was the chairman of the annual general meeting of Aken in 2019. Engineer Tayo Awonuga is also here. Persistently, he's been traveling to witness Aken activities. If I have not mentioned your name, it's no disrespect. I've only just called these people because since 2019, I have actually witnessed that they travel down to be part of Aken programs. Having said that, I'd like to invite the president of the association, Engineer F.I. Jibadeoke, to, in appreciation of the job well done by the chairman and the committee that has put this event together, to actually present them with the awards plaques. So I will like to call on the members one after the other, and the MC will assist by passing the plaque to the president, Engineer Soye Afesimama. Engineer Asukwo Untwen. Engineer John Okodeya. Next is Engineer John Eke Njoku. Engineer Otunte Otuene. Engineer Anthony Unwogo. Engineer Anthony Unwogo was the coordinator of Aken Zone 6. And he has never been tired of serving Aken. Engineer Dr. Joseph Upata. Engineer Benea Elemchuku Oju. Engineer Nwadike Jones.
This is nice.
Engineer Francis Oriake.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel on top of the world to be asked to call on the next recipient of this plaque of association, of appreciation, I beg your pardon. And this is to be given to no other person than the managing director of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Sunday Kalijaye, MNSC.
Praise. Sorry, Mr. President. I want to break a certain protocol. Every EGM, every AGM, when the planning committee is put in place, MD will have a plaque of appreciation, and he will tell us that he's taking the plaque recognition on behalf of the secretary staff. But those of us in zone 6, the zone of excellence and perfection, we know there are people in the secretariat that will bother them so much. They don't sleep during EGMs and AGMs. We invade their private time. So this plaque we're about to give is actually from us in zone 6 of ICANN. And so we want to give this plaque to a wonderful lady in our presence. I'd like to call Mrs. Oluseun Makaiva. She's actually the programs manager of ICANN.
I am sure this is a surprise to you. And I like absolute surprises. I thank the chairman for thinking it's worthy of recognizing people in the secretariat. So, Shehu, as we always know, some say Thatcher of ICANN, but I must say that you have merited this award. And it's a good thing that people recognize your activities. So on behalf of the local organizing committee, who you have supported so well, I want to congratulate you and thank you with this plaque.
This next person I'm going to call this person because I've had a testimony from members, old members and new members. And there are people who work behind the scene, they are not often recognized. And so where I come from, it's said that if they don't recognize your own, try to recognize your own. So at this time, I'd like to call, I'm sure the same way with Sharon, she's not expecting this. I'd like to call Ms. Joanne Omogene, the membership manager of ICANN.
Joanne, we are delighted by the enthusiasm you put into everything you do. And we want to also say that you should continue with this. So on behalf of the organizing committee of this AGM, who called you day and night and gave you assignments morning and afternoon, I want to say congratulations.
Congratulations, Joanne. Congratulations. Yeah.
Please, I'm sure we are not bored. There is just one more to go, I guess. And this is going to the coordinator, Aken Zone 6, covering all the states across the south part of Nigeria. He successfully organized the 2021 edition of the EGM of Aken, and he has also demonstrated consistency by ensuring that this year's edition has also come out successfully. Engineer Dr. Edward Enmore is one person that if you do not want an assignment completed, don't involve him. Don't invite him. And at this juncture, I can't thank you anymore, but I'll leave the rest to the president of the association.
I will thank this by a small drama. So when I do this, you clap. When I do that, so can you do so? Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for Engineer Dr. Edward Enmore. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you listen carefully to when the chairman of the 2022 EGM Planning Committee was speaking, he said, if they don't recognize you, you have to recognize yourself. So I want to use this time to recognize myself as the master of ceremony for I was a co-master of ceremony for the 2021 EGM in Port Harcourt. I'm also, in fact, I am the only MC that has served consecutively, for 2 times as the MC of EGM ceremony of Aken. This is an honor that I will not forget in a hurry. I really want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for bestowing this honor on me. Cameraman, are you taking picture? Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you. Unfortunately, I served under the leadership of Engineer Edward Moore last year, and again, I'm serving under him this year. I'm hopeful that next year I'll still serve under him. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very nice time together. I have been challenged mentally on the subject of local content development. I really want to appreciate everybody, all the resource persons, the team of the planning committee. They've really done excellently well. And I really want to thank all the companies who supported this event. Everybody has been super amazing. We are very grateful. I'm going to pass the microphone now to the MD of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Aken, for him to lead us through the closing formalities for today. MD, sir.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. MC. We'd just like to use this opportunity to remind us of one or two things. Last year was Aken's Golden 50 years anniversary. And you will agree with me that successfully we had that Golden Jubilee celebration in Lagos. From 15th to 17th May this year, the association also successfully hosted the FIDIC Africa Infrastructure Conference at the Harcourt Hotels and Suites in Lagos. The EJM, which we have observed today, has also been a very great event. I'd like to remind us at this juncture that the Secretariat and the Exco of ACEN has announced to us the forthcoming FIDIC Global Infrastructure Conference, which will take place from 11th to 13th September in Geneva, Switzerland. The important thing here is that if you want to attend this conference and by now you've not procured your visa, you are running late, we are aware that the Embassy of Switzerland in Abuja gives dates for visa interview on Thursdays. And I'm aware that one or two members of the association that applied for the visa interview last week, Monday, have been given dates around August 8th, which means we are fast running out. August 8th is about 4 weeks to the event. So if you have not applied for a visa interview with the embassy, you are running late. And then at some point, ACEN had requested that if you want the Secretariat or ACEN to mediate or do something for you in this regard, please kindly challenge us. This time, I would like to invite the Vice President of ACEN, Engineer Buka Alaji Kamseleb, to please, in appreciation, do the vote of thanks. After which, we will have the group photographs, which will be conducted by the Managing Director and the Chairman of the Planning Committee. And then thereafter, we will step out for the lunch. Thank you, sir.
All praises and thanks be to God for giving us the strength and wisdom to be able to have a successful event. We must thank our special guest or rather, distinguished special guest of honor, who was ably represented by none other person than our immediate president, past president, in the person of Engineer Okoroma, FNSC, JP. I'm yet to know. So, Engineer Josie Okoroma, FNSC JP. Then, I would also like to thank the special guest of honor, who was personally present here with us at the beginning, but maybe because of official pressing issues he has to leave, who Engineer Chief Mark Daso Derefaka, FNSC F-NICE, also JP, the MD Niger Delta Basin Development Authority. Our special guest of honor, Engineer Chief Sir Dr. Innocent I. Akwivi, FNSC, and so many of them, the MDCO GGI International Nigeria Limited. We thank you for being accepting to be part of this event. Then our special thanks also goes to the man of the day, who is our keynote speaker, Engineer Benaya Elemachuku Ojum, FNSC F-NICE, the CEO of CLE Engineering Consult Nigeria Limited. We appreciate your participation, sir. Our speakers, Dr. Lucius Amadi Andi Iheme, FN IPR, Strategic communication consultant, trainer. We appreciate your presence, sir. Engineer Ibrahim Imaje, FNSC, who wore 2 caps by his own merit. He is the principal partner, global ecological consultant as a speaker, and also who accepted to represent our regulator, the president of our regulator, the current president in the person of Engineer A. Rabiu. We appreciate your coming, sir. To all our council members and ESCO members who are present, we also thank you for finding time to grace this occasion. A special thanks also goes to the AGM committee for working around the clock to ensure the success of this event. We appreciate you, especially the chairman, Engineer Dr. Moore. The MC, you are doing it for yourself, but at this juncture, you have the grace that I still have the time to thank you, and we really appreciate you make this event a memorable one, and you did well. Members of